Oh, sorry, I was on mute. I guess it really does happen to the best of us. Wow, it's great to see everyone here again. Look at all these familiar faces. And some new ones too, I see. So many fancy titles, all coming together, rubbing shoulders. Let's just hope there's a few conscious ones here too, I guess it would only be appropriate. After all, it is the Conscious Leadership and Ethics Summit. So, welcome. Now, if you'll just give me a second, where did I put this? Here it is. Welcome to the new world. Please remain seated. Seated. While we load your human experience.
It's like you're on the surfboard right now, man. Like life is happening to you as we speak. Or are we happening to life? Oh, yeah, man.
A unique creature, capable of the most remarkable feats of creativity and brilliance.
Brilliance. Welcome, business leaders, thought leaders, captains of industry. I hope that you've polished your fancy titles for all to see and polished your awareness for you to be able to see. For those business leaders who seek a new way of being, who seek consciousness, who seek to be a driving force to find ethics in business, authentically, with a clarion call. Are you listening, Mr. President? Welcome to the Conscious Company's Mail and Guardian Conscious Leadership and Ethics Summit 2023, in partnership with Amgen and PrimeServe. Now please welcome your program director, the CEO of IQ Business, Mr. Adam Craker. The future is now, old man.
And welcome to the Conscious Leadership and Ethics Summit 2023. We join together once again as business leaders and stakeholders with both purpose and vision to address the needs of our time. We find ourselves this year in the context of our failing state amidst a firestorm of what the World Economic Forum calls a polycrisis, where present and future risks interact to form a cluster of related global and local issues with compounding effects, such that the overall impact exceeds the sum of each part. So it's just another Thursday for a conscious business leader. Thank you for joining us here today in Johannesburg, and welcome to all our viewers joining us via live stream on our YouTube channel. If you are on social media, please use the hashtags #ConsciousCompanies and #ConsciousLeadership. Comment and share throughout the day. And as the social media influencers among us say, don't forget to like and subscribe. To kick things off, he is undoubtedly the king of corporate governance. He is Chairman Emeritus of the King Commission and founder and patron of the Good Governance Academy, whose contribution to governance principles around the world is peerless. Joining us virtually, with no coronation required, please welcome Professor Mervyn King.
Welcome everyone to the 2023 Conscious Leadership and Ethics Summit. Consciousness is something that every leader of an organization, and in the main, on our planet today, organizations are limited liability companies in order to limit the liability of the providers of capital. And from the middle of the 19th century until today, we followed the dictum of the primacy of the shareholder on the false premise that the shareholders were the owners of the company. Well, it was a myth, because you cannot own the assets of the company. It's the company's own assets. And a lot of directors, the majority of directors, ran companies on the basis to increase the wealth of shareholders, on the hypothesis that the wealth would trickle down to the impoverished at the bottom. The trickle became treacle and stuck at the top. And by the turn into the 21st century, it was realized that this philosophy had not worked. By 1987, we knew that planet Earth had become degraded. And in fact, the profit of the majority of companies was being subsidized by society and the environment. Now, that's the difference between right and wrong. And that's why leaders have to be conscious leaders. They have to distinguish between right and wrong. And the company, the limited liability company, is a person in law, but it is incapacitated, as a 3-year-old child who unfortunately is injured in a motor car accident and is incapacitated of mind. He or she cannot think, and the guardian of that child has to think for it. The same goes for a company. The company can't think, it's got no mind, it's got no conscience because it has no heart, it has no feelings. The directors of a company become the heart, mind, and conscience of that company. So by definition, because a company is incapacitated, that when something goes wrong, the wrath of society should not turn against the company, but should turn against its corporate leaders, who are its conscious leaders. And being ethical, they know the difference between right and wrong, a conscious ethical leader. And so it was Brenda Carley who actually brought to the highways of our mind, instead of being in the byways of our mind, this question of consciousness, that we need to be conscious directors because we are the conscience of the company. And it's interesting that over the years that the conscious company has been running under the leadership of Brenda, that we don't, I include myself in it because I was with Brenda when it was founded, we don't solicit nominations for the Conscious Company of the Year. We invite people to submit and nominate their companies if they believe, as the individuals, as the directors steering the company, that they have done it in a conscious and ethical manner. And what happens is Brenda meets with these people, interrogates them, and then the judges, of which I am one, we look at these companies and see how they've been operating and come to the conclusion whether they are conscious and ethical companies. And of course, when something goes wrong, we have to look at how the conduct of behavior of its corporate leaders. As I said, the ostracizing by society or bringing harm to the company by not buying its goods is actually the wrong punishment. Because when something goes wrong, it's the directors who have steered the company in the wrong direction. And as I've said, the wrath of society must turn against those individuals. So conscious leadership is a critical issue, so much so that I have ensured, to the best of my ability around the world, that in MBAs, the question of conscious leadership is now being taught. And every director has to be a conscious corporate leader, knowing the difference between right and wrong. And the conscious leader, of course, must also be aware of corporate sins. The conscious leader, being the mind of the company, has to take risk for reward. That's why the trustees of your pension fund invest your money in the equity of the company, because you get a better return than leaving it in the money market. But a director, knowing the difference between right and wrong, being a conscious and ethical leader, doesn't filch for himself or herself a corporate opportunity. There's no self-interest. They cross the Rubicon of intellectual honesty and honestly apply their minds in the best long-term interests of this incapacitated entity, the company, which is the most important citizen in every country in the world. So welcome to the summit and enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor King. I'd like at this point just to draw your attention to what's in front of you on your desks today. You'll find a page entitled The President's Report. This is for you to compile your contribution as a business leader to the report that is sent through to the President of South Africa as an output of this summit. And hopefully with an understanding of the urgency for conscious, ethical leadership. Please do fill out the form during the day and hand it to one of the assistants or drop it off at the registration table when you head out. As we heard from Professor King, Brenda Carley is one of the leading voices in advocating conscious, ethical leadership, and over the years has set into motion a stream of consciousness that is organically changing the landscape of the purpose and role of business and the ethos of leadership. Please welcome the founder and CEO of Conscious Companies, Brenda Carley.
Good morning and welcome. A very warm welcome to our Honorable Consul General of India, Mahesh Kumar, to our beloved humanitarian, Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman, and Dr. Jan Belleman, who takes time off his hectic schedule every year to be with us, and to Musi Maimani, as well as all our speakers and panelists who so generously give of their time, and to all those who belong to the conscious leadership ecosystem. Welcome. Not to mention our partners, Danny Donkers from Amgen and Merrick Abel from PrimeServe, without whom this summit would not have been possible. Thank you for making the time to be here in our quest to build and understand conscious leadership. I'm not going to talk to you about the theme of the summit, which is conscience over compliance, a new paradigm in business, as I have a number of experts here to talk on the subject. Rather, I would like to talk to you about why consciousness matters and about widening the scope of understanding of conscious ethical behavior. Against the backdrop of a failing state and a wounded nation that continues to be held captive by the grafters and fraudsters who call themselves our politicians, an inept president, the darkness of load shedding, rampant corruption, water shortages, failing infrastructure, and our economic woes has taken us to the very edge. This summit is critical to reframe our understanding of consciousness, about responsibility, about dignity, about trust, about valor, about courage, and right action. We cannot delve into conscious leadership here without the ultimate intuitive understanding of consciousness. With the explosion of the techno-embellished information, social media, and AI, how can we understand the profound aspects of truth and consciousness other than to experience it? One of the mysteries of science is to solve the complex dimension of consciousness, and thus far, scientists are none the wiser, despite ongoing theories and rational machine experiments. As science is mostly about theoretical proof points, how can we comprehend or measure that which cannot be understood other than by oneself? Over the years, the theoretical and observational physicists have gradually come to realize that consciousness is fundamental to existence. Academics explore consciousness and interpret the workings of the mind. However, they lack the underlying means to unlock the essence of consciousness. It is possible to cognitively know a great deal of a subject, yet remain untouched by what one knows. The understanding of consciousness is a subjective, individual experience that can neither be measured nor quantified, but is manifest in its actions. Trying to describe the color of a red rose to a blind man, or the taste of honey to one who has never had anything sweet, is a futile exercise, as consciousness is a lived experience. It can be a difficult concept to grasp for the leadership of both business and government, especially to understand that life is about conscience over compliance, about one life influencing another, about oneness, about humanity, about belonging, about trust, about transparency, about care, compassion, kindness, and being. That requires courage. Why? Because consciousness is an internal journey, a process that requires a deep personal awareness of oneself as a leader, as a human being, that hinges on one's credibility, trust, and vulnerability. It requires a leader to attune to a deep awareness of who they are and one's internal ethos, and that is often too difficult to grasp. And because we cannot quantify or measure the pure existence of consciousness, that is beyond memory, beyond feelings, and beyond thought, we often dismiss it as esoteric or fluff. I sometimes talk of Roger Bannister, the first man to run the mile in less than 4 minutes, and I hold him as a poster boy for experiencing an instantaneous new level of consciousness that logic cannot express. When asked how he did the mile in less than 4 minutes in an interview, he explained, "I was no longer conscious of my movement. I discovered a new unity with nature. I found a source of energy, power, and beauty, a source I never dreamt existed before." So what Roger had activated was a source of energy that had always been there with him, but he had never accessed it before. And he was transformed into a new way of being. This internal power is the life force that can be accessed by every human being when there is a single-minded focus beyond ourselves. But we need to get out of our own way to do it. And in a moment of going beyond oneself, without thinking, an instantaneous new level of consciousness is what we duly experience. Roger tapped into that something within him that was so powerful that it made the impossible possible. When we open ourselves enough to engage with the truth of us and get out of our own way and cleverness, we will understand that we can access this life force that can change the rhythm of our lives And this can be done with our breath. This is the secret to consciousness and is intimately linked to breath. Most of us take so much for granted, but all we need is a willingness and an awakening of the mind to explore the forces of nature and the subtleties of energy that powers our very being. We seldom give thought to the very power that moves us, our breath. So let me give you a little exercise to demonstrate this life force. Sit up straight with your backs erect. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath in. Breathe out. Take another deep, long breath in. Then exhale all the air in your lungs. Do not inhale again. Just hold your breath and do not inhale. Open your eyes. You cannot do it, can you? Something forces us to inhale. Forces us until we absolutely must inhale again. What is it? What forces us to inhale is harder to fathom than what is not. By knowing and understanding the link that evokes the breath and the quality of that life force is the birthright of every human being and can be accessed by all. Physicists have proven this, that we radiate this life force in the electromagnetic energy field all the time with every waking moment. Scientists can now measure this electromagnetic field around the body with a device called the SQUID, Superconducting Quantum Interference Device. This source of power within us, because it is not tangible, is too difficult to grasp. It is said that the Himalayan musk deer has a scent gland located just below its abdomen. The scent gland is a pouch of musk, but for most of its life, it wanders through the forest, seeking the scent, unaware that it's carrying it inside its body. Similarly, we look and search, acquire and accumulate for most of our lives, looking for that elusive something that seems to be missing. Yet it lies within us. It is that very life force that is embedded within us, and once activated, you would taste consciousness and a new way of being in the world. I can attest to this fact, that most leaders who have engaged with consciousness and have gone through an intensive conscious leadership program have experienced this. They are not perfect. None of us are. But there is a willingness to take accountability, and at the very least, they are willing to grow and engage with processes that are transformative to explore a deeper understanding of consciousness and purpose, as well as embracing human complexity. They are the ones that display true, authentic leadership power, a power that can never be found externally to you. If truth be told, there is a desperate need for conscious, responsible, ethical leadership, coupled with the quantifiable measures of ESG and the like. However, there is a need to transform the consciousness of leaders, evoking a natural sense of ethics, honor, and nobility. That is the current need. And until and unless leaders understand this, to embrace conscious, responsible, and ethical leadership as a way of being, and to understand that it makes good business sense, and it just makes good risk management to shift our way of being as a humanity, we will continue to be in this hot mess of this global leadership crisis. So how do we find these conscious leaders who understand this, these heroes? Because this is the need of our time, that this is the need of our society, conscious, ethical, responsible leadership. That is the need of business and government to serve both its stakeholders and humanity. So what happens when we take radical responsibility for that need? What happens? We would transform as individuals, as business, as a society, as a country, and as humanity. We would transform. Thank you all.
Brenda, thank you very much. From a very personal perspective, I will always be so grateful for the role that you continue to play in my own internal journey to consciousness. And as you were saying, the tendency that I had at the beginning was to dismiss the idea of that journey. Once I found personally that new source of energy that you spoke about and the simplicity of breath as that fundamental source, it really was a very powerful accelerator for what I believe has become my conscious leadership journey. So thank you very much. Let's give Brenda a big round of applause. Our next speaker is an iconic humanitarian. His journey began following a unique experience that sparked a transformation of consciousness more than 30 years ago. Since then, he has provided extraordinary support to millions of people from around the world in more than 44 countries after natural disasters such as earthquakes, as well as assisting people in war-torn countries in Africa and the Middle East. He was the recipient of the Conscious Company's Mail and Guardian COVID-19 Response Award in 2020, the founder of Gift of the Givers, Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invite, Hussein, Brenda. Thanks for the introduction. To me, it's amazing when business starts talking about conscious leadership. When your soul starts thinking, it's spiritual, it's about the soul. When the soul starts thinking of how to behave correctly. What Professor Mervyn King said is correct. Business worries about the shareholders, the bottom line, how to make maximum money, but we forget the humanity in our business. It's like we two types of humans. The one that can make money and the ones that's just forgotten totally. And during COVID itself, I'm going to go back. They've asked me to speak about my spiritual journey. I'm going to come back to that just now. But the part of consciousness is critical because so often we hear people say they're putting staff off. 1,000 people, 200 people, 400 people, could be one of you. And what's heartbreaking is that these people have served companies for 20 to 30 to 40 years. And in one stroke of a second, they're unimportant. They're just another number. They need to be removed. When would business leaders think, why don't we cut our own salaries? We get shares and big money, millions of rands in bonuses. How many lives will that not change and help? Where's the loyalty? Where's the appreciation? Your company was not built by yourself. It was built by those people who sweated blood and stone to make you where you are. And if you don't have that consciousness and you just cut people off overnight, we have a serious problem. But in South Africa, I can say things have changed for the positive. And it's important to be positive. Calling it a failed state, ESCOM's issues, crime, yes, all these things happen. But there's a lot of positivity. It requires mindset change, but I can't do that in 15 minutes. So we're going to talk about my journey. Officially, what's the time here? Officially, Gift of the Givers was born on the 6th of August, 1992. But Gift of the Givers is not a normal organization. It's a spiritual organization. Consciousness is about spirituality. Leadership is about spirituality. It's about social cohesion, compassion, sharing. It's about annihilating ego, annihilating greed, wanting to pick others up with you. That is what conscious leadership is all about, to bring growth and development. So I didn't get up one morning and say, okay, I think today I'm going to form an organization. I'll give it a name, I'll get some founding members, I'll write a constitution, and we're going to do health, education, water, fodder. No, never happened like that. When I look at it, the official date is 6 August 1992. The spiritual date is in 1985. And what do I mean by that? You see, in 1985, I was an intern in King Edward Hospital. And I said to myself, next year, I'm going to be a medical officer. And then I'm going to be a registrar. And then I'm going to be a specialist in internal medicine. I'm going to be a consultant in medicine. Didn't happen like that. Guy was not clever enough. There was no post. There were no posts, so I couldn't study further. I had two choices, much like the entire South Africa has right now. One is we can do cartwheels, sit in a corner, cry, mope, moan, oh, the lights are not going on, it's 12 hours, it's stage 8, crime is everywhere. We can do that, or we can take it head on and make use of what we have. So I decided to go into GP practice, which I didn't want to do, even when I did it for 8 years. I didn't want to do it, but it's an alternative to carry on living. I had to make a change and go into something different. We have a teaching. We don't pray for what we want. We pray for what is good for us. Because what you want may not necessarily be good for you. So in January 1986, I moved to Pietermaritzburg to start private practice. The same week I get to Maritzburg, the effect of spirituality is now coming. An Afrikaner guy from Pretoria moved from America and comes to Pietermaritzburg. He came to teach French, the first Afrikaner guy I know that teaches French, in the University of KwaZulu-Natal. My neighbor comes to me, he's a butcher. He said, I got this guy, he bought meat from me, he needs a doctor. So Mullah and I meet, and we engage patient-doctor relationship. And one day he tells me, I need to share a story with you. That story is very similar to the state of South Africans again. He said, I was walking through the streets of New York, and I was feeling down, depressed, dejected. My soul felt empty. I had no purpose in life. I didn't know what to do. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a man, a heavy-set man, looking at me at the distance. I looked at the man. I don't know who this man is. But my heart tells me to follow that man. We have another teaching. When in doubt, when uncertain, listen to the heart, not the head. So he follows the man. And the man walks into St. John the Divine, a huge church in New York. When he gets there, he realizes the man is a Muslim, a Turkish Sufi master, a master of Sufism and spirituality. And the man walks into the church. At the next moment, this man, Muslim man, starts making a zikr. A zikr in Islamic terms is a celebration of God's names in Arabic. So in the other scriptures, we would say it in Arabic, but in other scriptures, you would say God, the one and only, kind, compassionate, merciful, living, eternal, absolute, sustainer, cherisher, nourisher, and so it goes. When he made the zikr, the Jewish rabbi in the church, the Christian priest, the Hindu pandit, and those who say they don't believe, participated in the zikr. Now what does that show? That the Christian elders of the church understood the unity of mankind. They understood the unity of human beings. They understood that we were all one, that our needs are one, that we do things one. Media like you guys and others keep saying religion is the cause of conflict. Religion is not the cause of conflict. When people move away from religion, that's when you have conflict. Do we shut religion down? When lawyers steal from the road accident fund, do we shut lawyers down? When doctors practice malpractice, do we shut the medical profession down? When we don't follow the King Commission, do we shut down corporate business? No. We change the individuals. You see, consciousness is not about a concept of corporate, government, private sector, public. It's about individuals. You change the system by changing the individuals. I remember my father-in-law saying one day, he went to one place to get something done on the computer. And the guy said the computer made a mistake. So my father-in-law said, who put information into the computer? It's about us. It's about the individual system and the human beings. You want to change the society? Look in the mirror. Fix yourself first before you try to point fingers at anyone else. Corporate South Africa is very open about saying, government is corrupt, government is like this, government is like that. Who corrupted government? Take responsibility. Take responsibility for price collusion, overinflating prices, falling partnerships of people who come to rob the country and the people of this country. We need to stand strongly and stand against that. So let's go back. Mullah tells me to go to Turkey. I said, Mullah, it's 1986. I haven't seen Cape Town yet. When am I going to see Turkey? He said, what God wills happens. There's a time and a place. August 91, I landed up in Turkey with my wife. Bad time, post-Gulf War. Gulf War polarized nations. Samuel Huntington spoke of the clash of civilizations. And the perception was Christian Jews and Hindus on one side, Muslims on the other side. East one side, West on the other side. And coming from an apartheid past, when you lose your land and your property and you get moved around, doesn't really help. So I walk inside a spiritual place. Miller saw it in St. John the Divine in New York. I saw it in a Sufi place in Istanbul. Exactly what he saw in New York, I saw in Istanbul. Christians, Jews, Hindus, Muslims, those who say they don't believe, Americans, Russians, Australians, Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, Canada, Sweden, Norway, Finland, all India, Pakistan, Africa, everybody there. This is post-Gulf War. I'm waiting for these guys to kill each other. Nothing happened. Only absolute respect, understanding, discipline, because the conscious human being knows that spirituality makes people together. It doesn't take them separate. The spiritual teacher, who I never saw, don't know his face, didn't see a picture, amongst hundreds of people there, Ma tells me, that's the guy. That was the guy. I expected, normally when you travel, I walk through your front door, hello, how are you? Did we have something? Kind of stuff. That's what happens to a guest when you go anywhere. When you're an international traveler, you get better reception. So I'm expecting them to say, how's your trip? Where did you come from? Where are you staying? Did you eat something? Are you fine? I understood the power of spirituality. The moment that teacher made eye contact with me, his first words to me were, what do you see? You see, a part of conscious leadership is to identify the needs of society and their problems. My soul was in turmoil. What are all these guys doing here? We fought all over the world. Why are they here? He said, my son, what do you see? He said, I said, I'm confused. We've got Christians, Jews, Hindus, Americans, Russians. We fought with these guys all over the world. What are they doing here? He said, my son, you see right. Mankind is one single nation. The God of all mankind is one. We just call him by different names. Any imam, sheikh, Sufi, priest, pandit, anybody else, if they promote violence, extremism, terrorism, discord, confrontation, and conflict, is not a man of God, don't follow him. Any person who promotes love, kindness, compassion, and mercy is a man of God. Conscious leadership is about love, kindness, compassion, mercy, social cohesion, picking up the downtrodden. That is what it's all about. It's all about yourself. And when you look after others, the spiritual aspect is that you will grow. I leave the place. The yearning is to come strongly, to come back there. 6 August 1992, the official date. Thursday night, 10 p.m., after zikr again. The spiritual teacher lifts his head up, makes eye contact, and in fluent Turkish. I don't understand a word of Turkish. But I understood every single word that he said that night. He said, my son, I am not asking you, I'm instructing you to form an organization. The name in Arabic will be Waqful Waqifin. Translated, gift of the givers. You will serve all people of all races, all religions, all colors, all classes, all cultures, of any geographical location and of any political affiliation. Even Musi is right. But you will serve them unconditionally. You will expect nothing in return, not even a thank you. In fact, in what you're going to be doing for the rest of your life, expect to get a kick up your back. If you don't get a kick up your back, regard it as a bonus. Serve people with love, kindness, compassion, and mercy. And remember, the dignity of man is foremost. To save this country, fixing ESCOM is not going to solve the problem. To save this country, we need to save the dignity of people. You see, they said failed state from most reference point. For most point of reference, is it a failed state? For rich people? Corporate people? When pre-94, when people were held, detention without trial, locked up, disappeared, wasn't it a failed state? When there was no water, no electricity, and no food right up till now, isn't it a failed state? No. We've got to be very careful about what we say. These people have been waiting for years. Everybody says 27 April 1994 is a miracle. I don't understand why it's a miracle. The miracle is not because the black government replaced the white government. That's not the miracle. Because governments come and go all the time, nothing new. What's miracle was what gave the world media a shock. You see, they came from all the countries in the world with a war room to see this big fight that's going to take place. Vengeance, revenge, burn the shops, steal the houses, break people, kill people. We've been oppressed for years. Today's the day. It's going to happen. And all the society people are saying, fill your house with food, stay inside, keep your passport, keep your money, get ready to run. You guys are the media. It was the most boring story on earth. Nothing happened. Nobody stole anything. Nobody broke anything. We have forgotten those people. 27 April, as Mandela said, the people have spoken, not the word. The action. What did the action say? We will not burn the country. We will not have vengeance. We will not have revenge. We will be inclusive. In 1995, we'll wear the Bok jersey. We will put the national anthem, an anthem of oppression, inside the Nkosi Sikelel. We will do this together because we want to engage and bring together. As corporate South Africa, do we want to bring together? Do we want to serve people with dignity and bring and lift them up? Or it's only about our own profits and profits for shareholders and make maximum money? And in the medical profession, 300% medical aid rates for consultants at hospitals when people are poor. Is this what it's all about? No. We have to change our way of thinking. Those people stood for years. 28 years they've been failed again. Hunger won't destroy the nation. See, that looting in Durban wasn't about hunger. I need another time to talk about that. If it was about hunger, Eastern Cape would have been burning 15 times over already. Since the time of 2022, we had the World Summit on Sustainable Development right here in Nasrec and in Sandton. In Eastern Cape, they were dying of hunger. As I'm speaking to you, they're dying of hunger right now. Because it's quite normal to be hungry in the Eastern Cape. We need to return dignity to the people. You want to save the country? Save the dignity of people. That's what conscious leadership is all about holding people and putting them up together with you. Finally, it says, my son, clothe the naked, feed the hungry, provide water to the thirsty, and in everything that you do, be the best at what you do. Not because of ego. Ladies and gentlemen, what's destroying the world is ego. It breaks homes, it breaks families, it breaks communities, it breaks religious societies, it breaks corporates, it breaks government, it breaks our souls. There is no place for ego. Serve them with distinction because you're dealing with human life, human emotion, human dignity, and human suffering. This is an instruction for you for the rest of your life. And remember, my son, that whatever you do is done through you and not by you. 30 years, I'm intelligent enough to know the kind of all things you could think, you call me a rock star, and I don't know what else, so many different things. It's not because of me. It's not humanly possible to do the kind of things that we do. That's a favor of God, grace of God Almighty, and we need that to come into conscious leadership. I asked him, when you speak Turkish, how come I understand? And other people speak Turkish, I don't understand. He says, my son, when the hearts connect and the souls connect, the words become understandable. I said, now I got a problem. She said, what's the problem? I said, I'm a doctor in private practice. I have 3 surgeries in a place called Pietermaritzburg in South Africa. What am I supposed to do and when am I supposed to do this? After hours, long weekends, public holidays, school holidays, when? He told me one line, you will know. For 32 years, my consciousness knows what to do the things in the right way. Thank you very much.
Dr. Suleiman, thank you so much for sharing your path to consciousness and being such an inspiration today. I couldn't help but notice as I was looking at you from behind that on the back of your shirt it says that best among people are those who benefit mankind. And if that's not a call to arms or an inspiration to each of us to step forward, and as you said, if you want to fix the country, look in the mirror first and fix yourself first. So once again, let's give Dr. Suleiman a big round of applause. Thank you. And as you see, Dr. Suleiman has to rush off to an emergency. There's always one out there. So thank you very much for joining us this morning. In 2017, IQ Business was first nominated for the Conscious Companies Awards, and subsequently in 2018 was recognized as the winner in that year. At that point, I didn't realize that an alternate career for myself as the program director for the Conscious Leadership and Summit Awards would open up, but I'm very grateful to Brenda for the opportunity. I also find it incredible how far we have come as an enterprise over the past 5 years and the progress that we've made as a conscious company. And the reason I keep saying yes to Brenda, and IQ Business says yes to Brenda, is that we have so much more to learn on our journey and to gain from those that we meet along the way. One of the conscious business leaders that I have gotten to know through the Conscious Companies Network is Pepe Murray. There is no better business leader in South Africa that understands, articulates, and demonstrates purpose in business than Pepe. I personally consider Pepe to be the godfather of purpose in South Africa. Pepe is a published author and recipient of the Conscious Companies Awards in 2018. His definition of success is to create an environment of harmony and joy where the focus is on the well-being of people, helping them grow to achieve the highest levels of self-worth, honesty, and excellence by nurturing ideas, dreams, and trust. Or as I have heard him state quite simply, it's all about growing greatness. He is the Chief Creative Officer of the leading South African brand and communications group, Joe Public. Please welcome Pepe Murray.
Is that on? There we go. The godfather of purpose. Quite a skinny godfather, I think. I was very inspired by the previous speaker to almost go off script, because it seems when you speak from the heart, it connects better. But I did pour my heart into this script of mine, so I'm going to read my speech. I don't often do that, but I've got 5 minutes. And if I speak off the cuff, I might be here for 35 minutes. With the collapse of giants like Enron and Steinhoff and multiple business scandals, including Tongaat, Hewlett, KPMG, Bosasa, Sasol, to shame a few, big businesses and what they stand for have become tainted in the eyes of the public. A negative perception further compounded by environmental degradation, social inequality, and the decline of the mental state of the employees within our businesses today. Within this context, I can't help but ask myself, what is the point of revenue growth if it comes at the cost of mental health? How can we as leaders sleep soundly at night when our quarterly financial targets are achieved at the expense of people who must go to bed with knots in their stomachs. We have succumbed to archaic belief of the so-called, I'm a bit judgy, most influential economist of the 20th century, Milton Friedman, who flatly stated in 1970 that the only duty of a corporation is to maximize our profits at all costs for the benefit of the shareholders. Based on his wisdom, we have created structures filled with millions of people mindlessly racing like rats to achieve meaningless financial objectives, all choked up, running out of breath, creativity and innovation slowly being suffocated by this obsession with financial wealth, which in fact is leaving us all poorer. We have made the bottom line of business our top priority, and in doing so, neglected the only appreciating asset within our organizations, which are our people. So you may ask, how do we put people above profit when money is the lifeblood of business? Phil Knight, the co-founder of Nike, stated in his beautiful book, Shoe Dog, towards the end of the book, we all understand that for the human body to sustain, blood must flow through our veins. But if you ask me why do I exist, I don't answer to make blood. Money is the lifeblood of business. It's obvious. Without it, our businesses will die. But if you ask me why do I wake up every morning, it's not to make blood. More and more leaders today are waking up to the reality that businesses exist for a greater purpose than money. And although this pool of leaders remains small, the benefits of this new age purposeful approach is big. By putting purpose beyond profit at the heart of your business strategy, you will empower your organization to face the myriad of challenges opposed upon it within a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. Because purpose is the anti-serum against mediocrity. In a society where average performance is threatening a more devastating impact on our economy than COVID-19. Purpose inspires the creativity and innovation that is needed to rapidly adapt and be more flexible in a world where the only constant is change. Purpose will give your business the ability to attract and retain the superiority talent within your industry, because people buy into what you believe in and not what you're selling. Purpose will do all of this while quietly delivering financial abundance, just because you chose not to wake up to make blood. But here's the catch. It's not as simple as just putting purpose at the core of your business, which we often do, and have a beautiful statement and expect everything to fall magically into place. I recently read that John Mackey, who's the prolific founder and CEO of Whole Foods in America, and also advocate for conscious capitalism, stated that a business can only ever be as conscious as its leader or leaders. Meaning that before you can become a conscious company, you must become a conscious leader first. Before you can become a purpose-driven organization, you must uncover your own purpose first. Most leaders only operate from the human side, the what's in it for me side. But far, far more than being human, we are human beings. We are in it for something far greater, far less selfish than the self. And it's my deepest belief that just like a bricks and mortar business has been given a human name by its founders, at birth, the inner being of each business has its own unique name. And just like each flesh and blood human is given a name shortly after birth, the inner being of each business leader has a very unique name. One word at the core of each of our souls that defines our greater reason for being on this planet. And once we as leaders take the time to define this deep insight within each of us, we empower ourselves to plan beyond the next financial quarter, for the next quarter century and beyond, simply through the clarity of knowing why we are on this planet in the first place. Before we can comprehend the profound power of putting purpose at the core of our organizations, we must define the strategy for our lives first. The Conscious Companies platform, which also includes the annual Conscious Companies Awards, seeks to put a spotlight on this new way of leading organizations and its leaders. I want to take this 5 minutes, Brenda, to thank you for your foresight of bringing this invaluable platform to life. Brenda's already managing there on the side. But I felt I had to thank you, Brenda, publicly, because I believe in time that this platform, as it grows, will play its part in creating a country that's a shining example to the world. It's now my pleasure to introduce the winner of the 2020 Conscious Companies Awards, the CEO of Letsema, Isaac Shongwe. Thank you very much.
Well done. We're going to have a quick change in terms of our running order here. Firstly, thank you to Pepe and the emphasis that you place on purpose versus profit really is, I believe, an inspiration for many businesses, and businesses should really step up to that. Our next speaker has built his career across the business and political dimensions. He is the former leader of the opposition in the Republic of South Africa and now describes himself as the husband to one, father to three, and leader of Build One South Africa, the new and rapidly growing political party. Please welcome Mmusi Maimane.
Good morning, everybody, and I'm almost certain Mr. Shongwe is far more good-looking than I am. I truly apologize to have to adjust the schedule, Brenda. I have the Dutch Prime Minister in country, and so effectively we scheduled a meeting post this. So if you see me rushing off, it's not because I'm being disrespectful by any matter of means. I just would really, we've had a day today that we've had to schedule a number of things. So I want to honor this commitment and make sure we keep going. Firstly, it's my great privilege, and Brenda, thanks for the invitation. It's my great privilege to be able to speak to you today. South Africa is an incredible place. I think all of us could agree. We love this nation. And I really, truly believe that what's good about this country is the very thing that can solve what's bad about this country. And effectively, what I want to speak to you about today is that given the position that we find ourselves in, many of the issues that we are confronting are not unique. I could spend my moments describing to you how bad load shedding is, how bad crime is, or how bad all of those things are. But I want us to locate ourselves in the world and say, what is in fact going on? Because, as Jan Smuts once said, he said, South Africa is a place where almost the worst never happens. And that might fill you with a slight bit of hope. Because in truth, we have a journey that we have to go on. And I want to outline a number of things. The first is, the crisis we're facing now is a maturation of all nationalisms. In other words, we've hit a point where the critique around British colonialism, Afrikaner nationalism, and African nationalism have all been challenged and are heading towards collapse. And that's a healthy space if you think about it. Because no one today is willing to stand up and say leadership must only look like the color of my skin or the gender I come from, or effectively that I want leaders who are able to identify that each individual is uniquely bestowed with unique talents, and leaders' job is not to solidify people on the basis of race, but to lead them on the basis of ideas and ideals. This is a healthy crisis when you reflect the fact that what is classically in global politics defined as populism is effectively trying to rail against that instinct. It challenges citizens to say to them, no, actually you don't have a job today because of the immigrant or because of that race or that race. I would hope that leaders sitting in this room would transition, along with many South Africans, to say we can build a society upon which each individual can maximize the potential and the talent that they face. This is a good moment. The second is we find ourselves in a post-ideological world. By that I mean no individual, and I'm willing to sit with you over whiskey perhaps, to challenge this notion that anyone can simply tell us today that it is capitalism that is going to triumph, or it is socialism that is going to triumph. Because even the best of the capitalists would tell you that unless you are looking at aspects like ESG, etc., society cannot work. That the age-old sense of just profit and profit alone has brought us to this point where people like Thomas Piketty have a voice around the sense of inequality that's in the world. There's another school of thought that says another form of nationalism has occurred in that socialism will be the solution, and naturally people say, well, let's look at countries like Venezuela, etc. A post-ideological universe and a post-COVID world presents new challenges to leadership, but like Artes, who crossed over and said, let me conquer a universe, it produces a new type of leader who has to find new values and craft a new society. And I'm not being Pollyanna-ish by saying all of these things are easy to do. I'm merely just indicating that, like an entrepreneur, they present profound opportunities. Thirdly, we are in geopolitical reorientation. The war between Russia and Ukraine are merely but symptomatic of the choices we have to make between the global West and the global East. They're asking us real questions in the world about what are we going to do in the continent. This is a powerful opportunity. It reminds us, again, that a new world has been unearthed. For us living in this continent, a new crop of leaders must emerge and ultimately must lead through a changing and a diverse world. This, to me, gives me the hope for why conscious leadership is necessary. It ought to be a leadership that is values inspired, because what remains true and will transcend all trends is values. I want to stand with Dr. Imtiaz when he says the dignity of a human being must never be lost. That the task of conscious leadership is to remind us that Ubuntu, as Steve Biko so adequately put it, to say that Ubuntu is for us to give the world a far more human face. That in a world where technology and so much is changing, we can present, as this continent, as Africa, a sense upon which the dignity of humanity is restored. And as Archbishop Tutu so wisely put it, to see the divine in another. It also speaks about our interconnectedness. It reminds us that common threats are before us. So in climate change is not going to affect you any more or less different than it will affect me, regardless of how we share different colors. I want to challenge you and say this. As corporate South Africa, if you're going to be conscious of leadership and enhance values, let's remind ourselves that none of us must sleep at night knowing that our fellow countrymen are lingering in hunger. Because as Chanua Achebe so wisely put it, a hungry person cannot claim freedom, and ultimately hunger impairs the dignity of a fellow human being. We have to restore values. We have to lead with values, and we have to demonstrate our connectedness. The second thing I want to challenge you to do is to be conscious in your activism. I'm going to say this with the amount of humility I can muster. Corporate South Africa has never found a government it does not like. It was true under apartheid, and sadly it's true today. I struggle to understand why there's an absence of activism. I face load shedding, crime, and so many issues. We have to work harder, we have to fight. Because if the political system gets away with the murder it is committing, where corporate South Africa isn't holding it to account, I can assure you that the next 10 years will mean South Africa will regress backwards rather than transition in a world where Africa can thrive, prosper, and demonstrate a far more human face. Thirdly, and most crucially, I want to challenge us that conscious leadership must remind us of the shared equity that human beings possess. Many of you would not know why I joined politics. I didn't join politics because I wanted to be a politician. I joined politics because one day I stood outside a home of a woman who was digging a hole in a garden and said she was building a toilet. I said how much that impairs a human dignity reminds me of the fact that our democracy, our political leadership has failed. We can't afford it to fail now. Too many of our people are hungry. And yet I see boasting and in listings that say this CEO has earned that much, that CEO has earned that much. Where is the consciousness that reminds us that actually people can contribute, can build a society where all human dignity is preserved? We have to take action. We have to be activists in that sense. I long for the day where, as corporate South Africa, you will stand up, not only call out politicians for the wrongdoings that they are doing, but be advocates for the sense that in communities and cities, you can be at the forefront of the fight. You might say, but we pay our taxes. Values move beyond taxes. They remind us of the type of leadership that when people come into your places of work, they can feel an activism to build this nation. I also want to thank you for keeping people employed in a time that was tough. I close with this idea. Societies change. When institutions are weak, leadership matters. Our country's institutions are weak. You as leaders, not just political leaders, leaders elsewhere, can consciously bring about transformation. An inspiring leader of mine, actually, is Hakainde Hichilema, the president of Zambia. Because here he's standing, and today the kwacha is stronger than the rand, not because he's smarter, not because he's stronger, but because he's organized his values to service of his country. And now today Zambia can thrive. Let us build a new political leadership, a leadership across, a consciousness that says this nation can restore its dignity, and ultimately the dividend of freedom can be shared by all who live in this beautiful country. I thank you and God bless you.
Well done. Thanks so much. Don't you love his energy? He's now running out the door to go and meet another colonial failure of the past, the Dutch, another one. But we have to take some inspiration that there is clearly a future and that there is clearly a way forward. I found it absolutely fascinating and inspiring to listen to Musi's perspective that being on the brink of collapse is a healthy state, that we're in a healthy crisis. This is a good moment. Did anybody start their day today feeling like that? Did anybody look at what's happened to the rand this week and feel inspired that we're heading to 20 rand to the dollar or 25 rand to the pound? Does that really feel like a good moment to you at this point? I guess the inspiration we need to take is that we will come through this and that we can move forward. But probably things are going to get worse first before they get better. I know he won't hear our applause, but please let's give Musi Maimane another round of applause. One of the other things that I was particularly inspired by is Lucy's perspective that consciousness has to involve activism. And I would question any CEO in South Africa that doesn't believe that they need to be an activist. I think it's absolutely critical in their role. And one such leader is Isaac Shongwe, a fellow Conscious Leadership Award winner. And I'd like to welcome Isaac onto the stage. And as he comes onto the stage, as a reminder to both of us, we're overdue a meeting, Isaac. We need to meet. So please welcome Isaac Shongwe.
Thank you, Adam. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Sanbonani. Sanbonani. It is with great pleasure that I'm standing in front of you this morning and to share some of my limited views and the journey that I've traveled. When I was awarded the Conscious Leader in September 2020, I shared with my wife how I felt. The emotions that overcame me were overwhelming. I never thought when I started my business, Letsema, in 1996, I could ever be recognized by such a prestigious and socially conscious and relevant initiative. Thank you, Brenda. When I started Letsema, it was out of a conviction that business can be a catalyst for social change. I reasoned that business will always need society to flourish. South Africa needs its citizens to be healthy and gainfully employed in order to flourish. The belief has served me well over the last 25 to 30 years. During the time of the award, the world had been in lockdown for nearly 6 months. Our President, Cyril Ramaphosa, has declared a state of disaster, and we had gone into total lockdown in March of that year. When I reflected on the months during the total lockdown, I came to a realization that something extraordinary happened in our country and across the globe at that time. There was a sense of solidarity against a common enemy. Humankind came to the realization that regardless of one's station in life, they were not immune from the pandemic. It takes a sneeze from someone standing close to you to become infected by the COVID-19 virus. Someone said to me during a conversation, God made it such that something like a sneeze can very easily obliterate humanity. A lesson to us is how fragile life is. The great thing to come out of COVID-19 is the solidarity that emerged in all of us at the time. In South Africa, the Solidarity Fund was born, where business came together, joined hands with government to address challenges faced by vulnerable communities, successfully raising over 3.5 billion rand for this cause. During the height of the pandemic, the Solidarity Fund managed to provide food parcels to 280,000 households and 52,000 pieces of critical healthcare equipment were delivered to hotspots provinces. There was a sense of partnership and engagement we had not seen for years, since 1994, when we celebrated the demise of the apartheid system and ushered in our rainbow nation. This was a tangible example of how business can be a force for good if we put our minds to it. The trust deficit gap between business and government started to close at the time, making all of us in business hopeful about the future of our country. The rush of the scientific community worldwide to develop vaccine to combat the common enemy was unprecedented. We now have a chance to be vaccinated thanks to the scientific community delivery of vaccination in record time at the time. This was hopeful. One was feeling a sense that as humanity, for a change, having learned from what COVID taught us, we could actually come together. Having said that, I'm standing here today with a heavy heart. The hope I felt back then has disappeared. I feel sad for our country, our continent, and the planet we live in. Wherever one looks these days, as a human race, society is generally engulfed in pain. It is unbearable. The levels of poverty and inequality was firmly exposed during the COVID lockdown. We're still experiencing that pain as the unemployment rates keep on rising in our country. We were all aware of the inequalities before COVID, but it was brought to bear directly as we saw the pain most of our fellow human beings suffered due to hunger. Since then, this situation has worsened. In July 2021, the riots in Durban and Johannesburg left hundreds of people dead and many more homeless. Globally, the vaccines which demonstrated the power of human ingenuity have come to demonstrate how divided the world is, with vaccine distribution dramatically favoring the rich countries, leaving the poor ones to wait. Women's rights are under threat in so many forms around the world. The gender-based violence is rising. The rights of women continue to be threatened. We are seeing record heat waves, floods, and fires, but the leaders of the world cannot manage to produce a response. The war in Ukraine has drastically decimated many economies around the world. As a country and as a society, we desperately need hope and leadership. That hope, ladies and gentlemen, is not going to come from the government. In South Africa, we have seen enough to know that government has failed our people at this point in time, and hope can only come from the business, from our ordinary citizens. As I conclude, I would like to pose a challenge for all of us who are here today. There is no doubt in my mind that we are a community of conscious leaders, and that's what has brought us here today. We care deeply about the state of our world, and we care for our fellow human beings, despite our collective efforts to be a force of good in our societies. We are all in a sinking ship. We need to apply our minds to what we can do differently to save our planet and our species. As I conclude, I want to welcome an awardee and part of the ecosystem. I would like to call upon last year's winner of the Conscious Companies Award, the Country Director of Amgen, Danny Donkers. I thank you.
Good morning, everyone. For the people that know me, they know that standing still is not really one of my strengths, so I'm going to walk around, so just that you know. And before I'm going to discuss the matter of today, I would like to thank Brenda for organizing such a great event. I mean, I'm humbled being surrounded by so many great leaders, and also for last year's recognition. Because if I recall the interviews I had, I was totally surprised, because when I got the question, how do you feel? I said, well, I do what I think is to do best for the world, for the planet, for the people. How special is that? That you love people, and in your leadership you try to do what is best to serve the planet. So I don't think of it as being special. So I was really, really surprised last year, and it really made me feel humble. One of those questions that were asked is, how do you practice your conscious leadership in your work? And I said, you know, every day when you wake up, I wake up with the idea that today I can make it a little bit better than it was yesterday. And that's the kind of ownership and accountability that comes being a leader, that every one of us in this room has an opportunity to make today a little bit better than yesterday. And those are nice words. And when you have backwind, it's easy to practice that kind of leadership. And the same for companies that have these great mission statements, ESG initiatives. But those who run a business know that sooner or later, all of us are going to face headwind. And today, there's a lot of headwind. There's inflation, there's a recession, there is costs that have increased for manufacturing and logistics. It's tough times running a business these days. And the way I look at it is, that's the kind of the pressure test for you as a leader and for you as a company, how you deal with that kind of headwind. Those words that are so great when you have backwind, do they still hold when you have to make tough choices? Choices that impact people. And I mean, I look up to so many great companies and leaders, and so often they disappoint me. Because what happens, what's the first thing they do when they face headwind? They cut jobs. So all those words about how important those people are for running the business, being successful, it doesn't mean anything when there is a headwind, because they go for the easy way, cutting jobs. And I'm going to take you back to December, the day before Christmas, when I received my savings targets. And I can tell you, they didn't look pretty. Not at all. I looked at that org chart, and I knew those numbers mean I would have retrenched the majority of my staff. So I took the Christmas break to think about that. And what I did, I was grabbing a pen and a piece of paper, and I wrote down what are the principles, how I practice my leadership, and what are my guiding principles. And it's very easy, there were two. It's serving my people and serving the patients. That's it. So I took the time in this Christmas break to think about how can I find a solution that is actually meeting those two principles that I have in the way I lead a business. And I came up with an idea. And that idea was going into a partnership model with another company. Not ideal, but not so many options. So I called the CEO of that other company, and I said, you know, I have a proposal. I'm willing to go into a partnership for all of our products in the country and in the region, but there is one thing, and it's non-negotiable. I want you to take care of our people. He thought about it. He called me back 2 days later, said, Danny, we have a deal. We're going to take over all your products, and we're going to take care of your people. There will be no retrenchments. My message is, put that in the beginning of those discussions. Don't start with the number exercise, looking at the P&Ls and the profit. You couldn't do that. I wanted to secure that those things I stand for as a leader, which is serving my people, were secured in the beginning. We did the number size afterwards. And it was not easy, because if you go into a partnership model, you give away a lot of your commission to another company, which means, bottom line, your profit is going down. And I had many meetings with my senior managers about this model. And at a certain point, reviewing, I think, 10 P&Ls and how we could improve the profit, and if we not maybe could retrench some of the staff, there was a moment in that room where I said, gentlemen, this was all gentlemen, can I ask you one question? We talk about a country with an unemployment rate of plus 40%. We have an opportunity to partner with a company that is willing to take all of our staff. We could manage this without any retrenchments. We keep on talking now about profit and profitability for more than 30 minutes. We've discussed 10 P&Ls. My question to you is, when is enough enough? Is that 5 million? Is that 10 million? Is that 15 million? When is enough enough? When you ask that question in the boardroom, I can tell you, it will remain silent. And it makes people think, when is enough enough? And I'm happy that my company and the senior manager at that time said, it's a good question, Danny, and I see where you're coming from, and I see where you're heading to. Make the deal, close the deal, I'll sign for it. It's a very good question. I never thought about it. My question to you as leaders, ask that question in your boardroom when you have headwind. And if you don't have it now, you'll get it in the future. No worries. It will happen. The other thing is that, like I said, I put it in the beginning of the negotiations with that other company. Don't discuss margins and commission at the end. Your position is weaker. That company won't say, oh, let's bring all your staff. So if those are the principles you stand for, you secure them in the beginning of these kind of tough decisions. Do I have the illusion that it makes everyone happy in the company? No. I had many discussions the past days with all of our staff members. Some of them are grateful, are happy, see opportunities. And there's also people that are sad, disappointed. How could the company do this to us? When I was thinking of that plan, I was thinking of the most vulnerable people that I have in my team. The ones that, you know, need this income so much because they have mouths to feed. So when you do these things, I mean, I'm not worried about the people that are young, talented, they will find a way. I designed the plan with the most vulnerable people in the back of my head because I knew that if we would have to retrench the majority of our people, they would suffer a lot. So the final conclusion before I'll stop with my talk, when you lead a company, you're the captain of the ship. And the captain of a ship leaves the ship as the very, very last person, not the first. You secure your passengers first. When everyone is safe, you leave that ship. Which means, when I designed the plan, I was more or less making myself redundant. So at this moment, I don't know how my future is going to look like. Is that a bad thing? Not at all. Because for me, that is, let's say, the pressure test. Are you a true leader or not? Are you willing to give up your own job to secure all the other jobs? And that is what leadership is about. So I mean, for me, this is as logical as is. But ask yourself that question. Are you a leader that is willing to give up your own job to secure all those other jobs? Having said that, these are my last months already in South Africa. I had to wait for 7 months to get my visa. I won't go into the detail of that. But yeah, in a couple of months, I will leave the country. I will hand over my people. I'm proud in a way that I could secure all those jobs. I don't know what's going to happen to me. The thing that I want to say, it was a privilege serving South Africa from day one. It's such a beautiful country. I've never met so many fantastic people. I'm really, really honored that I was able to serve your country. And the learning that I got, this country needs a lot of conscious leaders. And my call to action for you is ask yourself the question, are you sitting down or are you picking up the glove and change the country for the better? I hope you do the last, and I hope some of the things I just said resonate and might be a source of inspiration. Thank you.
To Danny, Isaac, and Pepe, three remarkable recipients of the Conscious Companies Awards. Nominations, by the way, are still open for the 2023 awards, and we look forward to celebrating and growing our network of conscious business leaders. It is certainly easier to walk this journey of life in the company of others, sharing a common vision with those that stand by you when the going gets tough, and being able, of course, to stand by them. It is a necessity as human beings. The partnership between Conscious Companies and the Mail and Guardian is an example of the true definition of partnership at its core. Our next speaker is the CEO of Mail and Guardian, who continues to drive the Mail and Guardian's agenda of integrity and authentic reportage in the media. Please welcome Hussein Kharjika.
Thank you very much, Adam. I guess it's never going to be easy to speak after someone like Dr. Suleiman, who used the words boring and media at least 3 times in the same sentence. But we will try. So for us at the Mail and Guardian, it has been an honor to be here today, partnering with an organization like Conscious Companies, dedicated to conscious business practices and ethical behavior. So I've got to thank Brenda for that. Please, let's give her a round of applause. So this morning I thought I'd just shed some light on a topic that is of utmost importance in today's world of news. And this relates to ethical behavior, truth and honesty within our media sector, and the extent to which it resonates with the summit's objectives. So in an era where information is readily accessible and where the media plays a crucial role in shaping public opinion, the responsibility of the media sector cannot be understated. Ethical behavior, truth, and honesty are the pillars upon which a credible and trustworthy media industry is built. As consumers of news and information, we rely on the media to provide us with accurate and unbiased reporting, to hold those in power accountable, and to reflect the diverse voices of our country. However, it is disheartening to witness the erosion of ethical standards and the spread of misinformation that plagues the media landscape today. And social media has provided simple channels of distribution and fake news proliferation. Sensationalism, bias, and the pursuit of profit have at times overshadowed the fundamental
Welcome everyone
of
to the
ethical journalism. We see
2023
numerous examples of those
Conscious
both
Leadership
here
and Ethics
and
Summit.
abroad. I mean, we are still waiting to see the
Consciousness
pictures of
is
those
something
decuplets
that
who
every
ought to be about 2 years
leader
old
of
by
an
now,
organization,
right?
and in the main,
So for us leading,
on our
and
planet
dare I say it,
today,
for us as a leading, and dare I say it, a
organizations
vocal
are
media player,
limited
It is so
liability
important to address these
companies
challenges head-on
in order to limit
and
the
strive for a media
liability of
sector
the
that
providers
upholds
of
truth,
capital.
honesty, and ethical behavior.
And from the
The
middle
Mail and
of
Guardian
the
was recently
19th
accorded
century
the
till
top-tier
today,
rating of the most trusted weekly newspaper by
we
Media
followed the
Tenor,
dictum of
and this was reinforced
the
even more
primacy of
recently
the
by
shareholder
a study undertaken by
on
the
the
Reuters
false premise that
Institute.
the shareholders were the owners
So,
of the company.
thanks very much.
Well, it was a
This is not
myth
an accolade that we take
because you
lightly, and
cannot
we
own
constantly
the
seek
assets of the
methods to
company. It's the company's
improve
own
our
assets.
content output, sometimes at
And
the expense of
a
being
lot
to
of
market
directors,
first with
the
a
majority
story.
of directors,
I mean, we'd rather delve deeper to
ran
cross-check
companies on the basis
and
to
then run the
increase the
story for
wealth of
fear of being scooped
shareholders
by the Sunday
on the
reads.
hypothesis that the wealth would
And this
trickle
includes,
down
by
to
the
the
way, the fact
impoverished
that
at
we
the bottom.
subscribe to the Press Council, and
The
it's
trickle
heartening to
became
see
treacle and
Latifa
stopped at the
Mubarak
top.
here today. I saw earlier.
And by
She's
the
the
turn
CEO
of the 21st
of the
century,
Press
it was
Council, and
realized
they provide the sort of
that
fundamental platform that acts
this
as arbiter
philosophy
for
had not worked.
managing the news
By
environment that we
1987, we
sort of
knew
work in
that
today.
planet Earth had become degraded.
And this brings me to this
And in
partnership or
fact, the
collaboration
profit
with conscious
of
companies.
the majority of
We
companies
subscribe to their mission
was
to
being
build conscious
subsidized by
leadership capacity
society
in our
and the
country.
environment.
Conscious
Now,
leadership goes beyond the
that's
bottom
the
line and
difference
profit
between right and
margins,
wrong.
and it encompasses
And that's
ethical
why
decision-making,
leaders have to be conscious
transparency, and
leaders.
social responsibility.
They have to
By
distinguish
fostering
between
conscious
right and
leadership
wrong.
within the media sector,
And
we can create an
the
environment that
company, the limited
prioritizes truth and
liability company,
honesty,
is a person in
ensuring that
law,
you, as
but it
members of
is
the public,
incapacitated
receives accurate
as a
information.
3-year-old child who
Conscious
unfortunately
companies serve as
is
a
injured in a
guiding
motor
light,
car accident and is
inspiring organizations
incapacitated of
to
mind.
integrate ethical practices into their core
He or
values and
she cannot
operations.
think,
And by partnering with conscious
and the
companies, we can
guardian of
embark
that child
on a
has to think for
transformative
it.
journey to rebuild
The
the
same
trust
goes for a
between the
company.
media and the public, and
The
to restore the
company
integrity of our industry.
can't think, it's got
As
no
we
mind,
navigate this complex
it's got
landscape of
no
media, it is
conscience
crucial for us
because it
to
has no heart,
reaffirm our
it
commitment
has
to
no
ethical
feelings.
behavior. We must hold ourselves
The
accountable
directors of a company
and
become the
continuously
heart, mind,
strive
and
for
conscience of that
transparency,
company.
unbiased reporting, and
So
the
by
dissemination
definition,
of
because a
accurate
company is
information.
incapacitated,
By doing so, we not only restore faith
that
in the
when
media,
something goes
but we
wrong,
also contribute to build
the
towards
wrath of
building a more
society should not
informed
turn against the
and
company,
engaged
but
society.
turn against its corporate
So in
leaders,
conclusion, yes, I
who
wasn't going to be
are its
long,
conscious
right?
leaders.
But in conclusion,
And
let us remember
being
the
ethical,
power and
they
responsibility
know
we
the
hold
difference
as members of the
between
media
right and
sector.
wrong, are
Together
conscious,
with
ethical leaders.
organizations like the one Brenda runs,
And
we can create a
so
brighter future for the industry
it
where
was
ethical
Brenda
behavior,
Carley who
truth,
actually
and honesty are
brought
the
to
guiding
the highways
principles.
of our mind instead
Let
of
us
being in the
embrace conscious
byways of our
leadership,
mind.
champion transparency,
This question
and
of
work
consciousness,
tirelessly towards rebuilding the
that
trust that is
we
essential
need
for
to
a
be
thriving media
conscious
system in South
directors
Africa. Thank you for this
because we
opportunity,
are the
Brenda,
conscience
and I
of
hope
the
you guys
company.
enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank
And
you.
it's interesting that over the years
Same
that
thank you to you and
conscious
to the Mail and
company
Guardian for the critical role that
has
you play.
been running
It really is
under
greatly
the leadership
appreciated.
of Brenda,
We're now joined
that
virtually
we
by
don't
Sri Pataji, a
include myself
transformational leader
in it
and
because
one
I
of the
was with Brenda
co-founders
when it
of
was
the
founded.
Ekam World Center
We don't
for
solicit
Enlightenment.
nominations for the Conscious Company of the Year. We invite people to submit
Conscience is supposed to
and
be the
nominate their
inner
companies
voice
that they believe,
that says this is good
as the individuals, as the
this is
directors
bad,
steering the company, that
and it
they
stops
have
you
done it in a
from doing
conscious
what is
and
bad.
ethical manner. And
It is built on
what
values you
happens
have
is
imbued into you.
Brenda meets with these people,
Today I want to talk to
interrogates
you about a
them, and
greater
then the
force,
judges,
a
of which
force
I am one,
greater than conscience. It is
we
consciousness.
look at these companies and see how they've been operating
So what is
and come to
consciousness?
the conclusion
In
whether
its
they are
simplest
conscious
definition,
and
consciousness is
ethical
your sense of
companies.
self.
And of course,
When your
something
individual
goes wrong,
sense of self is
we have
expanded
to
to
look
include
at
others,
how the
such an
conduct of behavior
individual with an
of its
expanded
corporate
sense of
leaders.
self is naturally
As I
caring
said,
and a kind
the
human being. When an
ostracizing by
individual sense of
society
self is shrunk,
or
excludes
bringing harm to
others,
the company
such an
by not
individual
buying its
is very
goods
naturally self-serving,
is
unkind,
actually
and
the
selfish.
wrong punishment.
I have to say that I
Because
neither
when
vote
something
for
goes wrong, it's the directors
conscience
who have
nor
steered the
compliance.
company in the wrong direction.
At Oneness, our
And
path
as I've said,
is
the wrath of
the
society
path
must
of an
turn against
expanded
those individuals.
consciousness. And I will tell you why.
So conscious leadership is a critical issue.
I have seen
So much so
organizations at
that
various levels, as couples,
I
as
have
families,
ensured,
as
to the
institutions,
best of
as
my ability around
movements,
the
as
world,
nations.
that
And
in
as a leader, I do
MBAs, the
recognize the
question
value
of
of
conscious
progressive
leadership is
systems
now
and
being taught.
intelligent systems.
And
But no matter what
every
kind
director
of
has to be
systems
a
you create or
conscious
what
corporate
kind of
leader,
rules you
knowing the
enforce,
difference between right
so
and
long
wrong.
as your consciousness
And
of the
the
individuals that
conscious leader, of
constitutes the
course,
system does not
must also
transform.
be
When
aware
the
of
individual's
corporate sins.
consciousness who make up the system, that does not
The
transform,
conscious leader, being the mind of the
or that does
company, has
not
to
go
take
beyond
risk for reward.
self-centricity to oneness,
That's why the trustees of
the
your
system
pension
can
fund
never attain to its
invest
vision.
your money in the equity of the company, because you get a
An
better return than
untransformed
leaving it in the money
consciousness will any day overpower the most
But a
efficient
director,
external system.
knowing the
That is
difference
why the
between
focus
right
on
or wrong, being a
transformation
conscious
and
and ethical
awakening to
leader,
oneness is a must for any
doesn't
leader
filch for
seeking
himself
to
or
create an
herself
extraordinary impact
a
on the
corporate
world.
opportunity.
At Oneness, we have
There's
created
no
entire
self-interest.
ecosystems to bring
They
this
cross
oneness
the
in people.
Rubicon of intellectual honesty and honestly apply their
Example of a
minds in
human
the
body.
best long-term
What
interests
is perfect health?
of this incapacitated entity, the company,
It is not
which is the most
merely the
important
well-being of
citizen
individual organs
in every
of the heart,
country
liver, and
in
skin.
the world.
It is
So
a
welcome to
condition
the
where
summit
the vast
and enjoy
networks of
your day.
cells that
Thank you.
constitutes your body is in harmony. That is, your liver cells should exist in connection with your kidney cells. Your pancreatic cells should exist in a state of connection with your muscular cells. Ill health is when the cells move away from a state of connection and oneness, and therefore begin to suffer miscommunication. Create an internal environment in the body where cells can return to a state of connection and oneness, then you'd have returned back to total health. Every system, whether it be family, an organization, community, or a nation, it's made up of human beings. And when people of the system awaken to oneness, there is order, there is meaningful growth, and there would be sustainable progress. Try it. It works. Namaste.
Try it. It works. We are now joined by the CEO of Basara Leadership Partners, Dudu and Somi. Dudu is the founder of the Dudu and Somi Foundation, which prepares young people and women for educational achievement, employment, and entrepreneurial success and leadership. Through her network, Dudu has catalogued over 40 interviews with iconic leaders in her Wisdom Personified program on YouTube. Please make a note of that. Look for Dudu's Wisdom Personified program on YouTube. You won't regret it. Now, an invaluable record of her work. Please welcome Dudu and Somi.
He just didn't add that he's also one of the interviewees. So look out for him too. Thank you so much, Brenda, for the honor of inviting me to share my thoughts on conscience over compliance, a way of being I live by in my everyday life. I first want to share what I mean when I'm using the concept conscience. A conscience is a state of awareness that informs our beliefs and principles about what is right or good. It is a feeling of knowing what you should do that is right or good under the prevailing circumstance. It is the inner voice that tells you that you can choose a different direction, and yet you choose not to. This betrayal makes you feel guilty because you are doing what you know you should not do. The conscience is the knowledge that you could do better, and be better. Let me illustrate the conscious with this story. Do you remember in 2015 when Dan Price, as CEO of a Seattle-based company called Gravity Payments, made headlines by reducing his own $1 million salary so that he could raise the base minimum salary for all his employees to $70,000 annually? He was branded a socialist, and predictions were made that his company will go bankrupt. In fact, the company's revenues tripled after that decision, even as the number of employees grew. Though the company did lose 55% of its business during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, the company has since bounced back after its employees voluntarily took a temporary pay cut to ensure the survival of the business. Dan Price made this extraordinary decision after an argument with an employee who felt he wasn't being paid his worth. Dan said he studied different economic theories and settled on the belief that if employees are more focused on their jobs and are happier because they work for a company that recognizes their value, then the company will be more profitable. And so it is. This philosophy is like the enlightened self-interest, a concept that I first came across in the book by Raymond Ackerman, The Four Legs of a Table, which says, you keep in mind that your own interests will be best served if you take into account the interests of others. Raymond Ackerman believed in the principle that making money is a reward rather than the reason for running a successful business. A worldview that has inspired the business model for my strategic advisory and consulting firm, Busara Leadership Partners. Busara Leadership Partners is a research-oriented strategic advisory service and consulting firm whose service is about facilitating the development and effectiveness of leaders to achieve their desired goals. Our target market is board members, management, and entrepreneurs. Our area of expertise is an integrated approach to leadership, strategy, and governance. I am often baffled at leaders that lack the appreciation for the privilege that they have of leading people. It is not a right. Though I believe that leadership is more relational than positional, and that leadership starts with how you lead yourself and your own life, at home, at work, and at play. The reality is that individuals do occupy positions of leadership because of the titles and the levels that they occupy in an institution or society. Which is why conscious leaders are aware of the power and authority that they yield. They are the types of leaders that have the appreciation that they can use their power and authority to either be part of the problem or part of the solution. Thus shape the destinies, not only of themselves, and their immediate family, but other human beings in the ecosystem. There is a famous Maya Angelou quote that says, when you know better, you do better. Not always, I say. When we constantly overrule our conscience, we diminish its power to be our ethical compass. We find logical reasoning and data to rationalize and justify our choices and decisions. Over time, we quieten our conscience. A conscious leader understands and is attuned to the internal state and emotions in terms of the beliefs that they hold, the words that they utter, and the actions that they take, together with the values that they embrace. That all these characteristics influence and impact the quality of leadership, and as the result, the conditions of the people that they have the privilege to lead. Remember at the beginning, I said a conscious will experience a sense of betrayal, which is the reason we feel guilty when we don't do the right or good thing that we know we should do in alignment with our values and principles. After all, integrity is the alignment of our values, of what we think, say, and do. Our core values inform how we treat and value other human beings. There is a quote that says, "Character is how you treat those who can do nothing for you." That speaks volume, not only about the quality of leaders we have in our country, but the quality of human beings that we are. The average salary of a worker in South Africa is 31,000 per month. According to the World Economic Forum, the unemployment is estimated to hit 35.6 in 2023, making it the highest jobless rate globally. According to PwC, in the year end, February 2022, the average CEO in South Africa was getting a total guaranteed package of 5.7 million. Plus CEOs typically earn short-term incentives of about 3 to 4 million. An article in Business Tech February 2023 headlined, "Some CEOs in South Africa are paid up to 700 times more than their workers." The minimum wage as of 1 March 2023 is 25.42 Rand per hour, which applies to farm workers and domestic work. I believe that success in leadership should not only be measured by how much you succeed financially, but how much you improve yourself technically, spiritually, and ethically, how much you improve the people you lead, how much you improve the organizations you lead, how much you improve the lives of those in your society, and how much you improve the community in which your organization operates. A conscious leader knows that they yield the impact of their choices and decisions, which are influenced by their consciousness, which is their self-awareness, and also of other human beings, and their conscience, which is a sense of what is right and wrong, to direct and shape the environment in which they operate. Let us challenge ourselves as conscious leaders to live our consciousness over compliance by filtering our decision-making as much through the ethical lens that chooses not only what's in it for me, but also grounded on our constitutional values of human dignity, the achievement of equality, and advancement of human rights and freedom, to take care of what is in the public good. This reasoning will impact the implementation of genuine transformation so that we are not sabotaging the achievement of equity and equality in workplaces, to looking at the quality of the profits as we consider the environment, social and governance and sustainability issues by going beyond simply complying with rules and regulations. Let us challenge our own limited beliefs and paradigms. Lest we forget, many of our paradigms are man-made. They are not sacrosanct. Let us take a page out of Dan Price's progressive and human approach. Just start within your own household. Pay your own domestic helpers a living wage that will ensure a family is taken out of poverty in your own backyard. Do not wait to perform gigantic philanthropic gestures which have a spray and pray approach. Life is short. Make your time on this earth positive and constructive. Leading is a privilege. The American scholar and inventor and politician Benjamin Franklin asked himself at the start of each day, "What good shall I do on this day?" and reflected at the end of the day, what good have I done today? I would like to encourage all of us to adopt this way of living. Let's bite this huge elephant of challenges and opportunities that South Africa has to offer, one day at a time, inspired by our consciences over mere compliance. Thank you so much for your attention.
Didier, thank you for inspiring us to challenge ourselves. I'm delighted to introduce to you the founder and CEO of several health and technology startups and the medical director of the Wembley Medispa, Dr. Kamlan Pillay.
Good evening, everybody. Brenda, thank you for having me here today. I must admit, after all the inspirational and powerful speakers we had this morning, I'm starting to suffer from a bit of imposter syndrome. But if you'll indulge me for a moment, I'd like to build on an exercise that Brenda did earlier this morning, which is a breathing exercise. I was going to ask us to do 10 breaths, but Brenda already took 3 of them from me. So we'll just do 1. And once we do this, I'll explain, the concept. So let's just close our eyes and just take a nice deep breath. Let's exaggerate it and take a nice, slow, long, deep breath. Hold that for a second and then breathe out. And slowly out. Now, what we've just demonstrated is the simple act of an unconscious function that we perform on a day-to-day basis. When elevated to the conscious level, starts to take a bit more energy and a bit more effort. And in thinking about how we have to do things that we usually do unconsciously, it starts to become something that occupies a lot more of our mind space. And so what I want to submit to you, you can go to the next slide. I got to press the pointer. A bit technology challenged. So what I want to submit to you is this concept of making conscious leadership as unconscious as the act of breathing. And when Brenda approached me 2 days ago to speak at this forum, my unconscious breathing immediately became very conscious. And my heart started to palpate in my neck. And I started to realize that all of these unconscious functions that we do on a day-to-day basis, when we elevate it to the conscious level, starts to actually become something that we think about and occupies more brain power than we actually need to. So in terms of, sorry, I'm going backwards. In terms of, missing a slide here, sorry. Yeah, in terms of this slide, which is a very famous Nike logo and slogan, it's quite a powerful slogan because what it does is it acknowledges the fact that when we just do things, and this is, if you speak to most elite athletes, they'll tell you that when they're in the moment of performance, they're just doing, they're not thinking. And the power of just being able to do and to commit things into our subconscious level through practice allows us to perform at a level which we don't have to think about. And what I'd like to submit to you here as the audience today is, how do we develop the concept of taking conscious leadership and making it part of our unconscious day-to-day lives? Now, if you listen to Joe Dispenza, he talks about changing your personal reality in order to change your personal reality, we have to change our personality. And if you listen to the thought leaders on this, from the Satgurus to the Tony Robbinses to all of the exalted speakers in this area, they'll tell you that in order to create a personality change, we have to tap into our subconscious minds. And in order to do that, we have to practice. And practice starts from being conscious. So it's this full circle that we have to constantly be aware of in order to be able to commit into the subconscious mind how we can actually consciously become unconscious. And this is a concept that I think I'd like to leave you with and develop that further in terms of, you know, when Brenda asked me to speak, and this idea of an imposter syndrome settled in, I thought to myself, Brenda, I'm just a doctor. I mean, what am I going to add value into this? And I'm definitely not of the caliber of Dr. Suleiman, you know, that spoke earlier. But what I have been doing throughout my life is being involved in various different philanthropic endeavors. And when Brenda asked me to speak, I started to think about why is it that I actually felt that I didn't have much to say. And it's primarily because I've been unconsciously just performing at this level of performing service. And one of the organizations that I'm involved in, which is the Avella Foundation, is heavily involved in the area of burn rehabilitation for kids. Now, I want you to just think about the fact that at Red Cross Hospital, we admit over 3,500 major burns per year. Now, that's a very, very significant number of people that are burning on a day-to-day basis. But have you ever seen somebody in society with a very severe burn? Just think about that for a second. Now, if I have to show you the photographs of patients that we see, it might not be appropriate for this forum, but I want to introduce you to this 2-minute video, this volume. Anyway, what's basically being said here is the fact that we have this extreme burden of people that are pushed to the periphery of society because of their physical appearance. And some of the people in this video are beneficiaries of the foundation that we are working in. But what we do differently in this foundation is we push ourselves to the extremes of our human capabilities. And part of what we do is we go on these treks. And this is one of the challenges that we have been doing over the last several years. That's me, by the way, without the moustache. And every year, we challenge ourselves by taking one of the beneficiaries of the foundation on an extreme adventure. So in 2016, we climbed to Everest Base Camp, and one of the gentlemen in that previous video, who was burnt at a very young age, climbed with us all the way to the top. And what came out for me in that expedition was the fact that we take for granted our physical capabilities. And we forget very easily that other people don't necessarily have the physical capabilities that we have. And the gentleman in that video, William, was burnt with an 80% burn from the age of 2 years old. So he grew up with these physical disabilities. And one of the things that he suffered with really, really, really intensely was his ability to breathe just normal air at that altitude, because his airways were burnt and he wasn't able to take in air as easily as we were. So it slowed us down. And, you know, this made me think about the fact that we just take things for granted, and that there's certain things that other people amongst us are suffering with. And if we're not conscious about that, then we actually forget about our responsibility to help those around us. So Everest Base Camp was our first expedition. We also climbed Kilimanjaro, and we raised quite a number of funds, which we donated to various different institutions in South Africa, from Baragwanath Hospital to the Red Cross Hospital. And our next trek is in 2 weeks' time. We fly off to Cotopaxi, and we are hoping to raise funds for a program which we call You Matter. And it lends into the narrative that I was just mentioning around the fact that we push these people to the peripheries of society. And it's not just us, it's people that the families as well. So I'm going to leave you with the thought that we started with, is how do we start taking conscious leadership and ingrain it into our unconscious and our subconscious minds. And I think the start of that is what Brenda's now done in terms of bringing this forum to reality. Thank you very much.
Cameron, thank you very, very much, and thank you for inspiring us by the work that you're doing and the role that you're playing. Our next speaker is a regular and fan favorite at the summit. He works internationally to establish values-driven organizational cultures. From the Conscious Leadership Academy, Dr. Jan Bellerman.
Good morning. Have you ever made a decision and then doubted whether it was the right one? If you had that experience, please let me see your hands. Okay, so it looks like we will all enjoy the session today. Because what we will do today is we will move beyond compliance, we will move beyond conscience, we will enter into consciousness, and together we will explore a very effective method to decide beyond doubts. Are you up for that? Wonderful, thank you. But let me start with a story. About 2,500 years ago, there was a cruel king. And that king enacted a law that all the animals in the country would belong to him. The result was that most of his population was starving. And one day, there was a teenager returning from his work home, and he found his mother cooking a lamb. The family enjoyed the dinner very much because it was the first time for them that they had enough to eat for everyone. The next morning, the son saw soldiers marching in the street. And they were shouting, "Someone stole a lamb! The king will catch him and will punish him." And the son somehow got suspicious. So when he returned from work, he was asking his father. He was confronting him, "Did you steal the lamb?" And the father said, "Yes, I did." And the son was totally shocked because his honorable father was a thief. The next day, the soldiers were still marching in the street, and they were shouting, "The king will catch the thief and will punish him and all who hide him." So the son really got into deep, deep conflict. In the afternoon, he could not bear it anymore, so he went to the soldiers and told them about his father. So the soldiers took the father to court. And here we are. The judge is in a very difficult situation. Should he either send the father to prison for breaking the law, or should he send him home because he wanted to take care of his family? The judge was stuck. And he decided to ask his wise friend Confucius. But before we ask our wise friend Confucius, I would like to ask you, wise people here in the room, please take out your smartphones, scan the QR code, and let us know what you would do. Would you send the father to prison or not? That also works on the live stream, so please, if it doesn't work with the QR code, oh, it's already working. Wonderful. So I think we can already see a trend here. And the trend is that about 75% of you would follow your conscience and send him home. And about, okay, 30% of us would go with compliance. The wise answer from Confucius was, he should arrest the son for betraying his father. I don't know if someone in this room would have come up with that wise solution, but I'm sure we all have thought we are voting for the right thing. And I'm very sure that soon after we would all end up in doubts whether we have done the right thing. So let's more look into doubts. I think I have doubted many things. I've doubted my decision for education, for profession. I've doubted my bosses, I've doubted my customers, but I think mostly I doubted myself. But there was one thing, one day I discovered that I had never doubted. And that was the doubt itself. And when I started to doubt my doubts, then suddenly I found myself in a position that I was moving into a place where I was suddenly at inner peace with my decision. But how do doubts arise? Doubts arise when we have an inner conflict. And how to overcome the inner conflict? We have now to make a short escape into science. My question to you is, how many brains do we have? Any votes from you? 2? 3? Any more? No. 3. You are right. We have 3 brains. The first in the head. That's 100 billion neurons. It's the biggest one, and we can regard it as the intellectual intelligence. The second one is the heart. It only has 40,000 neurons, but we know that the heart sends many more signals to the brain than the other way around. So it's very important that we regard it as the emotional intelligence. And then the third one is the gut. It has 100 million neurons, and it's the situational intelligence. It's something like you suddenly understand and know, or you feel that someone is watching you. So how we are already using these kind of brains, and when we watch our language, we often say, oh, my gut feeling is this. Or we say, my heart wants this, but my head wants that. And this is exactly where the conflict arises. So if we want to move beyond the conflict, we have to align these 3 brains. So we have to find an option that is supported by all 3 brains. And how we do this, we will practice this now together. So we will first test how these brain yeses feel. And I will guide you through it, so please, you did this before, please close your eyes. If you cannot close your eyes, then find a spot in front of you and stare at it. But don't move your eyes. So please close your eyes. And breathe deeply, 3 times, please. We now ask our head. Remember how you felt when you had a very clever idea, and recall that feeling. That is the head yes. Then we move to the heart. Remember how you felt when you were deeply connected to people. and feel that. That is the heart yes. And now the third one. Remember when you immediately felt, this is it. How did that feel? That's the gut yes. Thank you very much. You did well. Please open your eyes. Don't fall asleep. We will now practice it together on a real case. So you can now take a case where you really have to make a decision. And please choose your preferred option, or what you think you would do. If you don't have a preferred option, just take one and we will find out if this option will pass the 3-brain check. Okay? And if you have not had if you could not feel anything during the first exercise, don't worry, with a little bit of practice you will master the whole thing after a short time. Okay. Do you have a decision to make in your head? Good. Then, let's close your eyes again, please. And now imagine you're breathing in and out through the heart. And breathe in deeply so that the belly button is moving. And exhale very slowly. And the last time, breathe in deeply and exhale slowly. And now hold your preferred option in your mind. And we will ask the first brain, your head. Is it a smart idea? Yes or no? Don't think, just notice. Now we ask the heart. Are you looking forward to it? Yes or no? Don't think, just notice. And now we ask the gut. Is it the right thing to do in this situation? Yes or no? Don't think, just notice. Thank you very much. You did very well. If you did not get 3 yeses from your brains, I strongly recommend you spend more time in finding a wiser option, because it will not only give you better nights of sleep because you have less doubts, but we need to understand with our rational conscious mind, it only processes information with 40 bits per second. If we work with our unconscious intelligence, with the subconscious intelligence, it processes information with 1,000,000 times more. So we would totally ignore that, so please don't do that. Your decisions will be much wiser if you're following the subconscious input as well. And not only that, let's say you're sitting in a boardroom and you're, like Danny just mentioned, you would have very tough decisions to make. And is it the right thing to do, yes or no? And sometimes we feel this is not the right decision, this is not the right option we are looking at. Then you are getting when you use this method, also a more authentic leader. Thank you very much.
Jan, thank you very much indeed. And I think the 3-brain check is going to be closely followed by the 1 bladder and 1 stomach check fairly shortly, because we're overdue a break. But you will see before you go in front of you on your desks a spekboom, indigenous to South Africa and sometimes called the miracle plant. You can eat the leaves to treat exhaustion or heat stroke. Use it topically for rashes, sunburn, or mosquito bites, and it helps the environment as a carbon dioxide sponge, capturing up to 10 tons of carbon per hectare, growing fast and furious with very little water. I actually received my first spekboom in 2019 at the first Conscious Leadership and Ethics Summit. Our plant is now large and established, although it is yet to flower. Like its fellow South Africans, it is super resilient and versatile, although will reserve its energy to increase its chance of survival. Take that in mind. Maybe its pink flowers will be revealed in better times. I sincerely hope so. It has become a summit tradition, and we hope that you will take it with you at the end of today, and that you will indeed grow as wild and free as the spekboom. We will now be taking a short interval, and we'll return with our panel discussions. The interval will be for 12 minutes until 10 to 12. So please, if you will, and allow the panelists priority in the loo queue, because they need to be back here. So please, let's have our break. Thank you very much. Right, everybody, I'm going to kick us off, and you can still make your way down to your seats and join us. For those that are down already, you get a special award and prize for your diligence. Your consciousness is clearly ahead of those that are upstairs still, but we'll shame them. We'll start naming them in a moment as well, pointing out who they are. Ian Furr, come on. You can do better than that. Right, welcome back. Thank you for coming back. Conscious leadership in business is more than just ethical behavior and practices. Ethical behavior should be synonymous with leadership as a whole, before even considering the way of being or consciousness of a leader. Yet both ethics and consciousness both seem to be a far reach for most. Leading us into our first panel discussion on the impact of conscious leadership, please welcome back to stage the Chief Creative Officer of Joe Public, Pepe Murray.
We on. Great. So I was up at 5 o'clock this morning. Nothing like a bit of a deadline. My speech was prepared, but I wasn't prepared for the panel yet. So I Googled everyone. I picked up the spelling mistake. So I was prepared to pronounce your name correctly. And I prepared questions and wanting to go from person to person and who will answer what. But I've changed my mind. And Jan, I didn't even check all 3 of my brains now. So if this bombs out, I take no responsibility. So, because there is a sense of hopelessness, not just locally in the world, and I think if those few conscious leaders or people on their journey to higher consciousness or just doing better than your best every day, I think if we succumb to the hopelessness, then there's definitely going to be no hope. So I wanted to frame this panel in a way of real positivity. Like whatever comes out of our mouths needs to be like positive. So how do we approach the negativity? We're going to fight it with positivity. And I've just spent 2 days with the leaders of our organization, and we were doing thinking circles, which is a beautiful practice by Nancy Klein. It's beautiful. If you don't know about Time to Think by Nancy Klein, get the book. It's amazing as a practice. So I thought we're going to do thinking circles. I will not participate. You will be, it's a bit of a half circle, but you'll be a circle, so we'll go clockwise. And I will ask a question. Whoever wants to go first will go first. And then we'll just go from there clockwise. So Jens, if you, for instance, nominate to go first, answer the question. Isaac will go next, and then we go across. And we're just going to do as many as we can fit within 20 minutes. Let's give ourselves 20 minutes. So while I set up the clock, just as a first round, just to test how we work it, just your name by introduction, name and surname, and the company you represent. Whoever wants to go first.
Okay, I've got the mic, so I'll go first. My name is Eustace Mashimbia, and I'm the Chief Executive for Proudly South African, which is a buy local campaign. And I'm looking forward to telling you how, as conscious leaders, you can contribute to our cause. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Bruno Lirouk. I'm the former CEO of Nestle for the East and Southern Africa region, now in transition on my way to Dubai, and definitely testing my 3 brains. So thank you for that concept, Jan. Very good.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jens Pedersen. I'm the founder of Africa First Advisory.
I'm Isaac Shongwe. I'm a founder of Litsema Holdings.
Okay, so thank you very much. And I know, Adam, I don't know how to take it. I wasn't sure if Adam was sort of joking or taking it seriously, but Musi's statement, being on the brink of collapse, is a healthy state. I mean, it was interesting because it taps into an experience of mine that very often the worst thing that can happen is the best thing that can happen. So I'm going to frame the next question within this idea that possibly the worst thing that can happen is the best thing that can happen. And the question is, in your experience within your own business, within your journey as a leader, it might be in your current position, maybe if you could share about 1 or 2 minutes each, a story of where you really had a negative situation that turned into a positive outcome.
Thank you, Pepe. So what comes to mind immediately to me is actually the whole COVID situation, where it was overnight you had to completely rethink how you do business and what it means, making tough decisions, you know, do we fire people, do we cut the wages, etc. And this was actually for Nestle quite an incredible period, because we all really came together, completely changing the way we were working, especially you can imagine in the factories where we had to completely rethink how can we continue to operate without having people interact all the time. So long story short, it was a very difficult time. Everything was upside down and had to be rethought. But actually, those COVID years, we were able to continue to operate, not have 1 day of shutdown. And we had the best years, not only in this part of the world, but in the whole Nestle world. We had the highest growth in those very difficult periods. So that's very much a business example, but those are also valid, and my story.
Thanks. I think every cloud has a silver lining is a paraphrasing perhaps of what Musi was trying to say. And in relation to the pandemic as well, I spend a lot of my work in trying to support public health efforts in Africa. And if there's one thing that is a silver lining of the pandemic, is that there is a very, very assertive drive to strengthen or establish our independence in terms of medical manufacturing. Whether that is vaccines, pharmaceuticals, or whatever it may be, there's a realization. And it used to be that access was based on how cheap it is, i.e. the cost of the product. But what the pandemic taught us, and I hope some of our corporate colleagues here will agree, is that what matters more actually in these times of crisis is where things are made, not just at the cost, but where they are made, and not from a perspective of nationalism, but from a practical perspective. Thanks.
Great. Sometimes I think what we take for granted that our democracy is very young. We are less than 30 years old, and even those democracies which have been there forever, there are always challenges. You know, the way we've done it at Letsema is that from the inception, what we baked into our DNA is that we are a family business where we don't look the same. And I've made it a point that we have, in terms of the people who work for us, represent the South Africa that we want to live in. And it has resulted in a very positive, because coming from a in diversity, we're much stronger. And the things that we're able to do, I believe that they've been much greater, and the growth of our business over the last 26, 30 years, I attribute a lot of it to the diversity that we have within the company.
So in our instance, because we're a buy local campaign, and initially when the campaign was formed, it was about talking to South Africans and advocating for the buying of locally made products and services, so through our messaging and campaigns, etc. But I think building up towards COVID, and even before we got there, we had a lot of companies who are affiliated with us who were coming to us and saying to us, we are shutting down because people are just not buying from us. The purchase orders are not coming through. So I think as a conscious leader, one of the things that I know is part of my legacy in the organization in the 6 years that I've been at the helm is that we then introduced an access to market program, where we're basically saying as a member of Public South Africa who makes a product local, and there's a good example, who is meant to buy from you, and can we help you get to them? Because think about it, as a buyer, as a procurement person, how many emails and calls and requests for meetings do you get? But we think that when we make that call, you know, the person on the other end is prone to listen to us and to hear us, and then we can then introduce our companies. And I think that's part of what we have started doing to ensure that we save a lot of the companies who are affiliated with us who would have otherwise closed down, but are now surviving on the back of purchase orders that are coming through as a result of our efforts. And I think for me, that is the most important thing.
So that's great. So I suppose the point I'm trying to make, and it's coming through everyone, is that if we live in a world of opportunity and possibility and creativity and innovation and solutions, you need problems. And this country's got so many problems, so it's probably the most fertile soil in the world for profound solutions. So I just wanted to pick that little point. And you can see it coming through there. We've got 20 minutes though, so because we can go really deep into the subject. It's a human truth. And I just want to, Isaac, on your point, because it just sparked a thought. We tend to think businesses, you know, they follow the same growth as human beings. So our country's actually only getting out of sort of those years of partying and getting into 30 where you start maturing, you know, and then 40 you start actually really behaving like an adult and getting down to business. So I do think we are still young as a democracy and as businesses, and there's much to do. What I want to pick your brains with now is this insight I came across, because we're talking about the impact we can have as conscious leaders. All businesses are made up of people. Without people, we don't have businesses. Yeah, let's not speak about AI yet, but I just recently found out that 8 out of 10 people are disengaged at work. That means like 20 out of 100 people come to work because they actually enjoy what they do. 80 out of 100 merely come to get by and get to Hey Eats Friday. So the question is, and whoever wants to go first, is what are you doing as a conscious leader within your space to create more happiness and joy for your people within your organization? And I'm not sure the scale of each person's team, but let's see where the question goes.
What I've done within my business in 2003 was to establish a values-based leadership program, which I'd launched, but it started within the business, where every Monday from 8 to 10, we will get philosophical readings in terms of the human nature and what excites people and not excite people. And that was a very strong tool for us to knit everybody, together. We like to say people are Machiavellian. What do you mean by someone is a Machiavellian? You read Plato, you read Nelson Mandela, Long Walk to Freedom, you read Martin Luther King's letter from Birmingham jail, and you harvest what is of essence in being engaged. And that tool has worked very well for us to an extent where now in our foundation, we do leadership work, not only in South Africa, in West Africa and East Africa as well. But there's a basis of which everyone knows that that is a safe space and anyone can say whatever is troubling them and we support each other.
Yeah, so for us, because it's a very young team, I'm in my 40s, but the team is much younger than I am, so you can imagine how that is. So what we do is we have introduced management development programs, leadership programs, and we've chosen people who we think are ready to be fast-tracked somewhat. We have also brought in a wellness program where it's not just available to you as an employee, but to the members of your family, because those people are probably disengaged. The 80% you've mentioned are probably disengaged because of other things that have nothing to do with the company and might have to do with the members of their family. So the program we've introduced has counseling and all of those programs available, not just to them as employees, but to the members of their families. And we get reports on a monthly basis in terms of the uptake. And you can see that the uptake actually has more people coming from outside of the organization than those that are inside the organization. And we think we are seeing the results because we preach empathy. Those that are in leadership positions in the organization, the senior team, the middle managers, they know we speak empathy and we practice it and we are big on it, and we've developed a values thing called ISTRAP. And the E in ISTRAP is about empathy, being empathetic to the next person. We strive for excellence, but we are empathetic because we think that is what people are looking for more than anything. People want to be heard, people want to be seen, and that is what we are big on. Sure.
So I think that practically everything you do as a leader has to lead to the engagement of the team. But I'll mention two examples briefly, one at the macro level and one at the micro level. The one at the macro level is obviously, as a leader, you have to be passionate and talk about your purpose passionately. And then this is reminding everyone that it's not about you're a factory worker, you're a supply chain worker, you're a management. No, we're all here working together with different roles, but towards the same purpose. And that creates really a sense of belonging and purpose in everyone individually that motivates a lot. At the micro level, sometimes when you're in a big multinational, you feel that you're in this big ship, you don't have anything to say or to do, and you just go with your day-to-day work. So what we did was, we said, okay, let's find a way to connect with the entrepreneurs in Africa, since the region is across 23 countries. So we launched a program called Hatcher. So anybody in the company can come up with an idea, hatch an idea, write a brief, and then we throw it out to the ecosystem of entrepreneurs in Africa. we select the ones that we feel good about, we give them some money, and then they go with their pilot, test it out, and fine-tune it. If it works, then we can scale it, so nail it and scale it. And therefore, it allows everyone in the organization to come up with an idea that will suit the organization, but work with the ecosystem. And we've seen briefs coming back from over 10, something like 16 countries. So the entrepreneurs out there are definitely full of ideas, and by bridging the multinational and the entrepreneurs together creates a lot of positive energy and a real win-win-win for everyone. So those are just two examples.
I think Dudu in her presentation referred to Benjamin Franklin sort of asking himself what to do, and in retrospect what had been done. And I think adding to that question, the next question must be for who? And if that involves first person, and to paraphrase Professor King, shareholders, I think it's the wrong answer. So you got to add to that question that Dudu said or referred, for who? And don't let that involve first person or your shareholders, because then you got to start over and try again.
Thanks for that. So that I'm smiling because, you know, on a quick 20-minute engagement like this, it's like reading a book. You always take one nugget out of a whole book. I love what you said, harvest what is of essence. So we've literally got about 2 to 3 minutes. So I'm going to pick up on that. As a last round, what good can you do today, and for who?
In fact, I want to throw it to the audience, if you don't mind. That the good that I think all of you can do, I mean, we're sitting with people who have control over multi-million rand budgets and multi-billion rand budgets. And in our world, it's about making sure that, you know, through being a conscious leader, you start thinking about the kind of economy you want to pass on to the next generation. I mean, as a multinational or as a business that relies on other people buying from you, if most of us continue to fall out of jobs, who's going to be able to afford that which we are taking to the market? And for us, that's the most important thing as proudly South African. We all know someone who's unemployed. What are you doing as a shareholder, as a member of the board, as a CEO, to ensure that your procurement spend is rolled out such that the economy benefits? And in our world, the easiest thing to do is to introduce those policies that say we are as best as possible, and where what we're looking for is available in the country, we're going to buy it locally. Because that way, you know, you're contributing to the creation of jobs, you're contributing to the sustaining of the economy. And that way, you know, instead of us saying government must do something or the next person must do something, you are utilizing that which you have control over as a conscious leader to consciously contribute to that which is a challenge to all of us. And that is what I would throw at the decision makers that are sitting here. Policies, as a shareholder, and I want to conclude, as a shareholder, you need to then say to those that you've entrusted your investment with, to say, let's start thinking not just bottom line, but how we contribute to the greater cause. Thanks.
So we heard this morning that we're living in a post-ideology world, and that we know that the current ideology is obviously not working and we need something else. And I think, most of us getting involved in conscious companies, when I got involved with conscious companies, it really, I had 3 yeses. And I was really like, you know, we need to push this much more. This needs to become a movement. This needs to change the world. But at the same time, I also felt that often when you talk about it to other people, they look at you and they say, this is so fluffy. What the hell are you talking about? And I think, again, this morning, it was quite clear that these soft things, these fluffy things are indeed, they're not soft skills, they're not soft things, they're very hard, they're very important. And so what I want to do is add my pebble in the pond and create ripples that intersect with other ripples and create this movement that we're looking towards. So inspired by you, Pepe, in fact, I've decided to write a book about my life and my experience, and hopefully this will add ripples. Excellent.
I think how is to lead by example. I took great inspiration in our colleague from Amgen in the fact that, and I say this with Brian, Judge Brian will know where I come from, and I say it's very unusual of a pharmaceutical company to put its employees first. And I take great inspiration in that, in some of the work that I do, and to put the employees when we expand the pharmaceutical or medical manufacturing sector in Africa. That has to involve the employees. The balance between the patients and the employees.
Beautiful. For me, I've got the strong belief that countries don't compete. It's people in country that make a country competitive. Therefore, giving access to opportunities for people who otherwise wouldn't have those opportunities, it's one of the things that as leaders we can do. I grew up in Alexander Township, raised by a grandmother. I'm a product of other people's good generosity. And I believe that kind of like, educating a nation is the best that we can do for our country and for our continent. We consume other people's products because we don't have the capacity to generate our own. South Africa, I think, is a lab for me in terms of the problems that need to be solved. And if we solve them here, we can solve them in South America, we can solve them in the Far East. We're just not taking the opportunity as leaders to say, how do we create kind of like a highway of people to be educated? And by education, I don't mean, having a university degree. Education is much broader. And as leaders, I think that all of us, and I was saying to my wife the other day, we've got 5 children, now they have all, graduated, because we've been paying those scholarships, we've been paying those school fees. Now we found another 5 kids in Alex, who we're now continuing to pay for. And I think if all of us, we can do that, that capacity that we can build in our country will go high.
So we'll end on that high note. And I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. And I just want to, isn't it fascinating? I mean, I feel like the energy that when we focus on the opportunity that is born out of problems, like everyone gets on the front foot. I mean, everyone was literally sitting here on the front foot to go into action. So thank you very much.
Hello everybody, I'm Paul Pullman, the former CEO of Unilever and the author of Net Positive, How Courageous Companies Thrive by Giving More Than They Take. Thanks Brenda for inviting me, and sorry that I can't be with you in person. I have lots of respect for conscious companies and your ethos to ignite a socio-economic and political environment with an authentic expression of ethics and consciousness. Indeed, we need both. You work to empower leaders to address societal imbalances, maintain transparency, and understand the impact of conscious ethical leadership. That's exactly what the world needs. Many people ask me what Net Positive is all about. To put it simply, it's all about putting humanity back into the heart of business, which is why I like your theme today of conscious over compliance. Doing what is right as opposed to doing what is minimally required. What I call the harder right versus the easier wrong. This is indeed a crucial moment for humanity. We are at a delicate tipping point. We have found that our linear, extractive consumption and production systems, which have created an enormous wealth for many, are actually running to an end, pushing the limits of what our climate, oceans, and biodiversity can handle. And frankly, still leaving too many people behind. This is the first time, actually, that we're falling backwards on the Sustainable Development Goals, with more people falling in poverty or having to deal with food insecurity. Our inability to rise to the challenge is causing an incredible damage all around the world, not least in the region that you represent. It is a ticking time bomb for people and planet. Our future literally hangs in the balance. Either we face the catastrophic results of breaking all of our planetary boundaries by keeping business as usual, or we use the moment to rise to our senses and make the radical changes that are needed to get towards a more sustainable, inclusive, and equitable future. This will require sacrifice and hard work. But despite the challenges, we simply cannot give up. Some might say it's impossible, but you agree with me that impossible is not a fact. It's an attitude, and only an attitude. And our attitudes are fully under our own control. We're close to positive tipping points in many areas. Technologies are moving fast and cost curves are coming down quicker than we anticipated. Things are moving. The cost of not acting is actually becoming higher than the cost of acting, which makes it such an incredible business opportunity. And the smart companies are starting to understand this. In electric vehicles, heat pumps, solar panels, I believe we're approaching the tipping points already. Whilst undoubtedly, in some other areas, we still have our work cut out, not least in making technology available to emerging markets and providing financing at lower cost. I actually believe that we have the funds, the resources, the technologies, and the knowledge to actually address most of these challenges. Many people have said that this is not a crisis of climate change or inequality or food security. After all, they're all symptoms. Many have called this a crisis of greed, of apathy, of selfishness. And that requires above all leadership, moral or cooperative leadership that you are discussing today. We collectively lack the ability to do what we know is right. In fact, recent work by the Howe Institute, on which I sit on the board, shows that people feel that only 17% of our leaders tell the truth. The same amount of leaders, only 17% take a stand on moral topics and put principles first. And yes, less than 25% of employees see managers exhibit the qualities of this moral leadership. This may well be the real deficit, the moral or ethical leadership. In our book, Net Positive, How Courageous Companies Thrive, we discuss this courageous or conscious leadership. The purpose of power, of consciousness, of being human, of mustering the courage to drive the bigger changes that are needed. Striving for a regenerative business model, moving from being less bad to being restorative, reparative, regenerative. Leadership is first and foremost about being good human beings, but it is also about understanding that you have to put the interest of others ahead of your own, knowing that by doing so, you're better off yourself as well. We indeed need moral leaders who are values-driven, who have a broader growth mindset, looking at these societal issues not as risk, but as enormous opportunities, who look beyond the short-term and shareholder primacy towards the longer-term value creation, who take responsibility for the total impact in this world, set targets that science demands, embrace the collaborative leadership that is needed to drive these broader transformative partnerships to change the world that we live in. Let's call these stakeholders models by its proper name, which I believe is actually moral capitalism. Most faithful to the original version of capitalism, expounded perhaps by the moral philosopher Adam Smith when he wrote The Wealth of Nations in 1776, and the often forgotten book, The Theory of Moral Sentiment, 17 years earlier. In moral capitalism, you can't create shared value without shared values. The focus is not on doing the right thing, but rather doing the next thing right. Moral leadership means putting people at the center of major decisions, seeing them in their full humanity and their own aspirations and concerns. For interest of time, I will point out perhaps 4 pillars of moral leadership, and they apply even more urgently, I believe, to the present crisis. One, be driven by purpose. Two, imagine that we need to inspire and elevate others. Three, be animated by values and principles, such as courage and patience. And finally, keep building the moral muscle by wrestling with questions like right or wrong, fairness and justice, and what serves others and what doesn't. My wife just wrote a book which is called Values for a Life Economy, where we reconfirm what we should value, where we should prioritize, love and compassion for each other, love for the planet, and yes, for future generations. Becoming life economists, that should be our goal, working both ecology and economy, requiring this higher level of consciousness, realizing that first and foremost, we belong to tribe humanity, that we live in the same world, that self-sufficiency is an illusion. Until we embrace, I believe, the realities of our connectiveness, we'll continue to bear the consequences, the worst consequences of living our worlds in isolation. It requires us to act also in the service of future generations. We are, after all, the stewards of our planet and should aim to be remembered as great ancestors. And indeed, it starts with ourselves, our own consciousness. Nobel Prize winner Wangari Maathai, who was from your part of the world, said it well when she said that in the course of history, there comes a time when humanity is called upon to shift to a new level of consciousness, to reach a higher moral ground. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the time is now. Thanks for what you're doing, and thanks for being the moral leaders that the world so desperately needs. Thank you.
Thank you to Paul Pullman for joining us from the United States. I must admit, as I listened to Paul, I began to feel very, very small in perspective to Paul's experience, his point of view, his level of influence. To hear him really calling a rallying cry for engagement, for greater consciousness, greater impact. Although at the same time, I feel inspired to do more in my own backyard and more in my own role. So do leaders follow a tick box process to do the right thing? What if there was no box to tick? Does ethical behavior fly out the window? Is it possible to be a responsible business leader or a moral human being without a rule or a regulation to tell you so? Or are governance and regulation just barriers for those who are hungry and need to eat? To lead us through this discussion at a time when regulation and policy has heavily influenced the agendas of the rule makers, we turn to a champion and probably the greatest supporter of conscious companies since its inception. He has been intimately involved with developing the King 3 and King 4 regulations and serves not only on several boards as an ethics advisor, but continues to be of service to our society as a whole and, of course, to Arsenal Football Club. Your panel chair, Michael Juden.
There we go. Thank you so much. After listening to Pepe, you'll know why that, paraphrasing Mother Teresa, that you want to feel better after you've met somebody than before you met them. Why I turn to my treasured friend when I'm feeling down and I want some positivity about the future. Thanks, Pepe. That was a really inspiring panel discussion. But the competitiveness of myself which is why I support Arsenal, is that we have to be better than the first panel. So don't let me down. The one thing we definitely are is better looking than the last panel. So the subject of our discussion is conscious over compliance. I'm sure you will agree that the majority of people confuse consciousness with awareness. So a lot of people in the world who smoke are already aware that cigarette smoking is injurious to health. But the question really is, are they conscious enough to avoid smoking? Deriving the meaning from that example, consciousness simply means the highest level of alertness in approaching compliance. So my question to you all, and we'll go around the room, start with you, is do you believe that most compliance professionals are just aware when ticking the box on compliance, or are they truly conscious when they do so?
Shall I start?
Please.
I think for me the key issue is that compliance is about external locus of control. Somebody set the rules and you are complying with them. And consciousness is about locating the locus of control, or how you make your decisions internally. And from my perspective, one of the things that I haven't heard much of today is looking at the question of who is conscious. We're talking about consciousness. And that leads obviously is who am I? And unfortunately, our cultures tend to think of ourselves as skin-encapsulated egos. But we're much more than that. We are an integral part of this earth. The earth is, in a way, the larger form of ourselves. And indigenous cultures will say this when you hear expressions like, I am the river and the river is me. So as one starts to self-actualize and you go from concern for yourself to concern for those around you and your family, perhaps your nation, perhaps humanity, but we need to go the further step and recognize that we are ecological selves. We are part of a greater whole. And once one's coming from that perspective, so many of the issues resolve themselves because you don't have the duality, and that the love of oneself is the same as the love of the whole, and that resolves a lot of the issues which come with compliance, because it's not about compliance anymore, it's about living in a way which most truly expresses myself.
Just by the way, before we move on, it's a deliberate act that I haven't introduced the people before they speak. I want you to hear what they say and then balance that about who they are at the end. So no introductions. You'll introduce after they've heard your answers. Mark.
Yeah, Michael, I'd like to throw a little bit of a controversial statement out, if I may. You know, I was reading up what is conscious behavior? And it's the inherent ability of every, and I paraphrase the word, healthy human being to perceive what is right, what is wrong, and on the strength of this perception to control, monitor, and evaluate their actions. I had a personal experience a number of years ago where I was hijacked. 5 individuals, 4 who were very professional and went about compliant in the act of hijacking me. The 5th individual, though, was completely off the rails. Seriously, he shot the dog that barked at the next door neighbor's property. He took pot shots at passing vehicles who he thought were threatening him. And after that experience, I had to ask myself, why was it that 4 individuals went about their business quite professionally and one had no value for life whatsoever? And I decided to do a deep dive, particularly in the work that I do within the communities in which I operate, to try and see if I could fathom that out. And I realized for that one individual, he grew up in an environment where the concept of conscious behavior was fashioned by his life experiences, devoid of parental support, lacking in practically every aspect of physiological life, emotional life, spiritual life. And so I asked myself the question, how do we introduce the concept of consciousness to individuals whose life circumstances have not provided necessarily the background where one could afford to live consciously? If you're battling simply to survive on a day-to-day basis, what is your consciousness telling you to do when aligning head, heart, and gut? If your gut is starving, how do you align all three? So respectfully, it's easy for many of us who sit here to feel this love, this conscious behavior that is so important and required by all. But do we stop to think about individuals who perhaps don't necessarily have what I want to call the luxury to be conscious? And that's a question I'd like to put out to when we're saying, what can we do to raise consciousness levels in the environment in which we live? Take into consideration those that don't necessarily come from the same luxurious backgrounds that we typically do.
That's very powerful. Thanks, Mark.
So I like this panel. I think we're on to something. So, Michael, maybe two themes I'm picking up. The first, let's go back to Pepe. Let's not waste a good crisis. And the second, around, I think, two very different views. So something I'd like to put forward is that we really can get focused here. If we think about it, Earth Overshoot Day this year is going to take place on the 5th of June. And last year, it was the 28th of July. So Earth Overshoot Day is the day when on this planet, as humanity, we have used up the available resources: water, air, the food that's available to us, energy, and we start going into the red. And like some of us have to do, you have to go to your bank and go into credit. Now, the problem is we're going into credit not just for ourselves, but for our children, for the future. So this is really something that gets us to focus around, it's not just about being compliant. And I think there is some good news. So the crisis is yielding some good news. Corporates that are taking this challenge on and that are taking it seriously have an opportunity to reverse the trend. So if we can push Earth Overshoot Day back by 5 days every year until 2050, we're going to start saving a planet. And I think each one of us can go home. There's a carbon footprint tracker. You can see, you can put in all your own. Do I drive to work, cycle to work? Am I vegetarian? Have I planted a speckworm? You can put it in and it calculates how many planets you as an individual and your family are using up every year. And I thought, gosh, you're very aware, let's go in, let's do it. I was using 2.5 planets a year based on my lifestyle. So I think there's something to focus us around compliance.
Lovely. That was excellent, Alex. Thank you. Viviana?
I think certain aspects of compliance are tick box, naturally, and they have to follow the rules. And the rules are there to protect people. Like Mark said, not everybody has a voice, and very often not through their own fault. We are very fortunate that we are here and we have voices, but people need to be protected, and that's what rules and regulations do, if they're put about properly. So from that point of view, compliance is a tick box exercise, and awareness of the rules and regulations is very important, and it's tick box to see if these rules and regulations are being followed. Where a compliance professional sets himself aside is when they can also use their other two brains, and when intuition and gut feel and experience can come into play in decision making as well. So I think both awareness and the tick boxing, as well as consciousness, is very important.
Thanks, Viviana. It's fortunate that Prof. King's not with us at the moment, because when the task team was called into the room all those years ago, and we were briefed, given 3.5 years to write King 4, for those of you who philosophically have understood King 4, King 3 was a tick box. The tick box was removed in King 4. King 4 was an intellectually challenging corporate governance code, which took away the tick box. And Mervyn strongly believes that there shouldn't be a tick box and that we should be intellectually questioning ourselves before we give the answers. Just a thought on tick box. Going to point 2, because I know there's a man over there who reminds me of the people at the Grand Prix who holds up signs, and he does it with a very miserable face and tells you about the minutes, and being a very compliant lawyer, I need to follow the law. I'm going to move on. I think we all agree that the culture of an organization is most critical, being the invisible bond which ties members of the organization together. The human activity, behavior, and commitment represent the culture of an organization. The culture lies in its close association with the way that employees think and work. Do you agree that nothing affects an organization more than its culture, and that its culture plays a huge role in ensuring conscious over compliance? I'm going to start with you, Mark, and we'll go around the other
Very, very much so. I believe that, human beings, great leaders, live, they shine, and unfortunately the human condition is one where we die. Values, and therefore the culture, live on forever. So if you're looking at sustainability in an organization, necessarily you've got to ask yourself the question, are you living those values such that they are in fact going to be sustainable, not just necessarily posters on a wall?
Alex?
So
you last for me.
We often hear culture eats strategy for breakfast. There are some really, really good books out there that look into this. So Ari de Geus, The Living Company, he wanted to understand ex-Shell persons, so really trying to understand what has helped companies live beyond 100 years. And I use the word live because companies are made up of people. And interestingly, those that had made it to about 400 years were often based in Japan and were based on cultural development. So companies that had deep-seated values, which is people embodied, and lived as a culture. So interesting bedtime reading if you've got a chance.
Absolutely. I think, Michael, culture is everything in a company today. Not enough is paid attention to it. And culture comes from the top. And one of the things that's missing a lot, and not just in corporates, I think it's in all spheres of life at the moment, is trust. And if there is no trust in culture, then it blocks the flow of information. And that is so important, that people know what is happening in a company from the bottom to the top. And one needs to be able to trust each other to be able to have that flow of information. And then where compliance is also coming in, and how compliance is changing very much in corporates, is that compliance is no longer the policeman that come and wag the stick at everybody and stop business. They are there to hold people's hand and foster a culture of ethical business. And they're to walk alongside the company. They're not there to beat people up and stop the business anymore. And that's a big change that's happening within the compliance sector.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with everything the previous speakers have said. I suppose the way I would see culture is it's part of what binds everything together. That to use an analogy, it's like going from a set of individuals to an organization. It's like going from a lot of single cellular organisms to a multicellular organism, and the culture is part of what. So for me, culture determines what one becomes as a whole, and because of that, it's absolutely essential. You could take the same group of people, apply a different culture, and the whole would be something different. And I do, although perhaps I sounded negative about compliance before, I do believe that compliance is a very good tool to implement some of these things. But as everybody's saying, it's the consciousness that's the key, that's the deeper part.
Right, thanks so much. Okay, so no sign yet, so we're okay. We've got some credit, some conscious company credits. Okay. It would be unthinkable for us, I'm sure you will agree, as a panel dealing with conscious over-compliance, not to conclude with reference to the open letter, which I'm sure many of you have seen, signed by dozens of academics from around the world, calling on artificial intelligence developers to learn more about consciousness as AI systems become more advanced. We all know, of course, that AI systems have no feelings, no human-level consciousness, and that AI is in fact nowhere near the level of sophistication that it should be. But AI will play a critically important, ever-present role in compliance, and that we're not going to be able to fight. So my question to this learned panel is, how do we ensure that consciousness is present in AI-generated compliance, bearing in mind the fact that although young people believe that that human beings will play no role, the two robots will come together, produce a computer, and that will replace human beings and the world. But for the moment, let's assume that a man and a woman still will produce a child, and that that child will have bias, unconscious bias, inherited bias, that that child will write an algorithm, and that that algorithm will give a result, which will be a compliance result, and nowhere in that chain has there been consciousness or any of what we've been exposed to this morning. So this is a big and very important question to the panel. How do we ensure that that happens in the future? Because if we don't, all that we've heard today, this morning, is going to become academic. Because ChatGPT is going to give the answer and not a human being. So because this is a profound question and requires a profound answer, I'm going to start with women, because we're going to get a better answer from them. You can see I'm a hen-pecked Jewish husband. I'm going to start with you, Viviana.
Well, firstly, I hope there's a female bias to AI in that case. I'm not an AI expert, so it's such a big world out there at the moment, and I think it's so in its infancy. So it's very hard to say how it's going to work. It's very experimental still, and I think this is where the big mistakes can happen. Firstly, it needs to be regulated, and that is starting now. The US has published a Bill of Rights, a human Bill of Rights to do with AI. So that's the start of it. And we need probably a proper regulator, and leaders that develop AI will also need to be regulated. The financial gains on developing AI will also need some sort of control. So there should perhaps be less profit companies, non-profit companies. OpenAI, the company that developed ChatGPT, does say it's a limited profit company. And I think those things are going to be very important going forward. The one thing to remember is that artificial intelligence works on algorithms that are fed by data, the data that it finds online, on the net, etc. So I think a lot of focus has to be on the data that is out there, that is fed out there, and how these algorithms can work out what is correct, what is factual data, and what isn't. We've seen a few things come through, like ChatGPT, like DALL-E, and we all think this is the start of it. But there have been a number of different applications out there already which have failed dismally, which have really misbehaved and pulled out. Microsoft had a chat box which was incredibly rude and derogatory. And the reason it was is it had learned that from everybody else on the chat box. So the data it was being fed by everyone it was chatting with was terrible. And then the same creators of ChatGPT actually had a health AI system, and it told one patient, they did a trial, and the patient said, I'm really not feeling great today. Should I take an aspirin or should I kill myself? And it told the patient to kill themselves. So that was really misbehaving. So all these things have been cut. There's a lot of experimentation out there, and not many of them are working yet. But I think the important thing is regulation. It's the same thing as we're seeing with cryptocurrencies at the moment. AI will go through that as well and have to be regulated, especially on the data that's fed to it.
So, Michael, I think there's some lawyers on the panel. The answer is, it depends. And Carolyn Chalmers and I, we had a long lunch, not a long liquid lunch, a long lunch, because one of the questions has been, do you now make provision for AI to become a director on a board? So, Viviana, to all the points you're raising, heaven forbid, but it's possible. So, with the heuristics and with what can be programmed in, there is the possibility for good. So, if we think of cybersecurity and hacking, there's ethical hacking. So again, we can't throw the concept out, but based on the data-driven decision-making, it's got to be around what we all consider good ethics. Now, who are we to decide, and how do we all get into a room and decide what the ethical standard is? So it's going to depend.
Michael, I wish I was clever enough to give you an answer, because it's certainly, a quandary. I think I've got a rather naive belief that the DNA behind AI engineering are in fact human beings. So ultimately, I believe that the individuals who are growing up with tech as part and parcel of their life, human beings being born into a tech world, will necessarily be able to inculcate that humanness into AI as it's fashioned. I certainly support, obviously, regulatory controls to this. But at the same time, I think that when the human mind is freed up from more of the menial tasks that AI will be able to perform, it itself will regenerate new ways of humanness, consciousness into AI. And that's maybe a naive belief, but it's one that I'm holding on to.
I must say, it's a fascinating question, and I don't feel like I have the answer by any means, but my thoughts are, first of all, I do love tech, and I think that these AI has a potential to enable us to make much, much better decisions in many areas at volume. So, for example, too many important decisions, particularly about ecological matters, are ultimately going to appeal to a politician of some kind who's not the right person to make that decision. So I think there's a lot of potential there. But I think we do, as everybody's been saying, have to be very conscious of the limitations. And I would like to say that I think two important things. One is we need to recognize that one of the things that some people are good at is wisdom. And indigenous systems prize wisdom for decision makers. You have elders are making the decisions, and they're not just old people, they're people who've been selected for their wisdom. That is a word which is not used at all in decision making in our society. You don't hear politicians being evaluated on the basis of their wisdom or selected on that basis. And that's a very human quality. It's hard to define, but we recognize it when we see it usually. And I think that we should be focusing much more on doing what we're good at and recognizing there's some things that the AI is going to do better than us. And I read something the other day which really inspired me, saying we've been using AI to do jobs we already do faster or more efficiently. But what about the problems that we can't solve? Why don't we start using it to tackle things we aren't able to solve with ourselves? And let's face it, as we've heard today, and if we look globally, we've got no shortage of those.
Thanks very much. I enjoyed all of the answers. The artificial intelligence is something very close to my heart because my first experience of that was just before I got married, when my wife informed me that one of the rules of our marriage would be that I would be entitled to an opinion, but I would keep it to myself. So the ability now to ask for an opinion and get it back is refreshing for me. I'm going to introduce the panel that I've had the privilege of leading this. Cormac is one of South Africa's leading environmental lawyers. I had the incredible pleasure of knowing Mark's late father. Bertie Lubner was one of the greatest sons of this country. Bertie Lubner was a human, an incredibly successful businessman, but one of the most beautiful, wonderful human beings that this country's ever produced. And if Bertie's looking down and hearing, I hope he is, Mark's everything that Bertie would have wanted him to be. So, successful, and that Benjamin Franklin test applies to every day of Mark's life. Alex is the green face of Sasol. She makes sure that Sasol's board know every day about ESG, about the planet, about humanity. So thank you. I know sometimes it's a difficult role, but you do it wonderfully. Viviana is the African CEO of one of the leading banks in Switzerland, not Credit Suisse. And I can tell you now, because we're close friends and they're my clients, that everything that Viviana said, she lives every day. She's absolutely authentic. It's been a pleasure. It's been a great honor to lead you. Thank you very much. I hope you've enjoyed our panel.
Conscious Leadership and Ethics Summit 2023 is taking place in May in Johannesburg. I wish this program, the organizers, and all the participants great health, great awareness, and great times ahead. When we talk about ethics, that's fundamental to maintain our conscience. Conscience is severely affected when we do things unethical. The effects of our unethical action, at least over the last 100 years, are visible now on the face of earth. We have seen many disasters, man-made disasters and natural disasters. They are interconnected. We can't call them as standalone. We have experienced many disasters. And when we look at the root cause of it, such as global warming, we can see the human insensitivity behind it all, the greed factor. The ethics is severely compromised. When we do things unethical, we are denying a great future to our own children. We forget that. In the mad chase for material wealth, we forget our inner strength, inner world, the world where love sprouts, compassion, kindness lives, and also righteousness as law exists within us. We forget that, and what we do unethically, even unconsciously, it affects the entire world, the generations to come. So it's very important that we measure each step now. It's not too late. It is late if we consider last 50 years. What we could have controlled or what we could have contained since the last 50 years, we can't reverse that anymore. Life has progressed, world has progressed, time has progressed. We have to do whatever we can now, right now. Now is the only time. Past is over. We can't do anything about it. Future is just an expectation, but we don't have it right now. Right now, what we can do, our decisions, the decisions that we make right now makes a lot of difference for the future generations. It also includes the ecology, the forests, the cities, the mountains, the seas, every place. It affects water, it affects earth, it affects air, space, every place. Our decisions today, our policies today, what our decision makers do has a lot of impact on us and the next generations to come. We got to be very careful. We cannot experiment on us anymore. We have to be ethical, we have to be aware. And today, as we talk, we are almost walking a razor's edge. We have seen COVID paralyzing the entire world, entire economy. It affected much business. Many business establishments were affected. Production was affected. Distribution was affected. Costs soared. Even now, we are suffering in that particular scenario. So what is needed today? A complete overhauling, a change in thought process. What we need today is 100% ethical and what does not affect our immune system, which is conscience. Conscience is the immune system of our mind. If conscience is affected, then we are prone to mental illnesses, aberrations, insensitivity. So it's important that we come together, we support each other beyond countries, beyond colors, beyond cultures, beyond languages, beyond religions. We support each other, sustain each other, and also help sustain the nature. Nature is vital. We should completely merge human rights with animal rights. Birds, fishes, everybody, every being has rights. We should merge them all together and respect each other. We should bring forth a culture of respect along with ethics, and then we bring forth a great new world. I wish the summit and all the people participating in it great health, great vitality, and also great success. This is Mohanji for you.
Thank you, Mohanji, for joining us once again at the summit and for the unique perspective and guidance that you provide. We find ourselves at a unique point in history as technologies emerge at an unprecedented pace. As we heard in the last panel, whether or not people should feel threatened, for example, by AI language models like ChatGPT, is a matter of perspective. AI has the potential to bring about significant benefits, such as assisting with research, automating tasks, enhancing customer service, and providing useful information. It can also foster creativity and generate new ideas as applied now in what I have said to you today. And I'll leave it to you to decide where I was using my own intelligence versus the artificial kind during my role as your program director. However, there are valid concerns associated with AI as well. Some individuals worry about the ethical implications of AI, including issues such as data privacy, biases, and the potential for misuse or malicious applications. There are also concerns about the impact of AI on employment. It has the potential to automate certain jobs and change the dynamics of the workforce. It's important for individuals and society as a whole to stay informed about AI developments and actively participate in discussions surrounding its implications. Organizations and policymakers should work together to establish guidelines, regulations, and ethical frameworks that ensure the responsible and beneficial use of AI technology. In summary, while it's not necessary to feel threatened by AI language models like ChatGPT, it's crucial to approach their development and deployment with careful consideration, ensuring that they are used in a manner that aligns with societal values and priorities. That's what ChatGPT said to me yesterday evening. I could see you were nodding, you spotted it. To lead us through this discussion is High Court and Land Claims Court Judge Brian Spilge, who recently published a paper on the paradigm shift in legal norms and the impact on judicial training from artificial intelligence. Judge Spilge, thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. Being part of the greater whole, so we're not competitive per se, part of a greater whole and the graveyard shift, so we've got added responsibility to keep everyone awake. We're just going to build on the foundation laid by Pepe and Michael. Michael has tried to steal a bit of our thunder, I think, but I think we're up to it. So I go the other way around at the moment, and that is everyone introduces themselves and gives, at that introductory stage, an insight into how they came onto or how they have utilized AI or an advanced technology. And then we'll get to the meat of, I think, the topic that we are asked to deal with, which is AI, technology, and ethics. If I may start with Danny.
Thanks. So I'm Danny Donkers, I'm the country director for Amgen. And in our industry, which is the biotech industry, AI is used a lot already. We use it in business development to identify early target molecules or companies using technology that has been registered. We use it in the development of our treatments already. We use it in marketing and sales to use data to predict how we can increase our customer engagement. So within the biotech area, AI is used a lot. And I'm very excited about it because I've seen, let's say, the social contribution of AI. And one example is the development of COVID vaccines. I mean, they've been developed in a massive speed. I mean, if you look at it, it's almost incredible that we had COVID vaccines registered, approved in the market within, I think, 1.5 years after the COVID pandemic started. And it opened up all our lives. So I think for me, it's an example what AI can bring to the society. The question is, who is that person in the boardroom asking the question, when is enough enough? So for me, because we just started this journey, I think we're not even close to, let's say, all the things that AI could bring us. But it requires a high ethical discipline to identify that threshold, to say, okay, enough is enough. The fact that technology allows you to do certain things brings up the question, should you do that or not? It's the same with the law. If the law says, okay, you can do that, the question is, do you really want to do that? So that for me requires, let's say, I would not be surprised that in companies, at a certain point, CEO has another definition, which is a chief ethical officer, because I think that is where, for me, the danger is, not so much the technology, but the human beings dealing with all that.
Thanks. Dr. Abbey?
All right. I am Dr. Abby Nanda. I would like to draw upon attention to my surname. It's very deviating. It's Barman, not Barman. So, and it's only Thursday, not Friday. All right. So before I start, I would like to continue with Michael's opinion on marriage, because I would like to share a very small story with you, very little. So the story is about a couple that was celebrating 25 years of marriage. And people were really astonished that they used to fight, they used to be in love, and all those stories. And people said, what is the secret? First of all, secret is something that you ask everybody not to tell anybody. So this couple said that there is a big secret that that we are going to share with you. And people were inquisitive. Okay, what's the secret? They said, we made it a point for last 25 years, right, that we are going to go 2 times to a nice restaurant, ambience, candlelight, whatever, right, for 2 times a week. I used to go on Saturdays, and she used to go on Tuesdays. So AI tells you exactly what to do and what not to do. All right. I am the academic dean of CTU Training Solutions. It has 11 campuses, and I am managing 5 faculties: engineering, humanities, IT, design, and management. And IT is the flagship of this tertiary education provider. What I believe is that in South Africa, AI has taken a huge, incredible pace in academics specifically. Right from assistive learning to adaptive learning to in-simulation exercises, gamification, even student record system, to name a few. And I feel that it's ChatGPT that we keep on talking about, but there are huge other brands that are into market and that are really assisting students in terms of their teaching and learning practices or methodologies. Like Jill Watson, it is a brand that was introduced by Georgia University. And it is a teaching assistant that teaches students continuously along with the professor being in class. Or Dragon, like the students that are not that good in writing. So it's a voice specification software that can understand whatever your feelings are and convert your statements into a report. There's Thinkster, there's other brands that are doing a lot for, like Brainly. Brainly is a social media for classroom students. Whatever questions that you have, you put on social media, Brainly, and you'll get answers for that. So, and South Africa is pacing incredibly fast in terms of usage of AI. However, in terms of ethical considerations, what I believe is where to strike a balance. In terms of having a human touch and getting all answers from AI or technologies. And in terms of consciousness, I have 2 questions from all of us. We all are parents, and I am acting as a voice of these fresher students, 5,000, 6,000 students on board that ask these questions to us on a daily basis. The first one, to all of us as conscious parents, is sharenting. What is sharenting? Sharenting is parents having the right to share the achievements of their kids or children or youngsters, that my kid has achieved this or graduated or this and that on social media without taking their consent. So are we as parents or as leaders leading to imposter syndrome, like Dr. Pillai said, giving a pressure on all these students sharing their content as our parents because it is our birthright? Do we have the right to do that? A lot of students deny that because that is leading to imposter syndrome. The second one that these students ask questions to all of us is affluenza. Affluenza means influenza of showing affluence. CEOs, doctors, judges, deans, owners, and this is what we are we transferring this to our next generation by default? If not, why we ask them that 34.1% unemployment rate, we are sitting in here, but then they are also under constant pressure of their parents having or suffering from affluenza, showing influence or showing their affluence, right, on social media or on various other platforms. So there is where the question for all of us is that how do we practice consciousness in terms of transferring this information to the young generation? Thank you.
Thanks. Dr. Kamlan?
Thanks, Brian. I'm Kamlan Pillai. I sit here wearing several hats. One of them is as a clinician, medical doctor, but also I'm the CEO of an organization which is heavily invested along the value chain in the healthcare space. So we have bricks and mortar businesses from hospitals and clinics. We also have a technology business which runs the back end of those hospitals, and also other components of the healthcare value chain. And I think, you know, as a conscious leader, we have an ethical responsibility to understand AI in how its applications can also advance or retract in the development of our businesses. And when it comes to these type of technologies, it's very much the same as a scalpel. It can either be used to be good, do good, or it can actually be used to create great harm. So we should never, approach these type of things by throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Even though AI can appear extremely scary, because what it really does is it amplifies biases currently, because we use AI based on the data that we actually are able to glean from various different sources. And what we will find over the next several years is that as the data becomes more robust, the insights that we will be able to glean out of AI will actually become more intelligible. And so we're sitting with a highly valuable tool. And as I mentioned again, the tool is not evil, neither is it good. It's the carpenter or the utilizer of that tool that determines what the outcomes can be. So our responsibility really is around understanding the tool and using the tool and becoming masters at using the tool. And as they say, bad things happen when good people don't act. So if we as conscious leaders sit here and look at AI from a distance and don't embrace it, we actually run the risk of losing the race against whether AI can be used for good or for bad. And so as an organizational leader, what we're really focused on is the problems that we're currently facing in healthcare globally. And the biggest problem we're facing with healthcare globally is what we refer to as the 4 A's: affordability, accessibility, availability, and acceptability. And what we're finding specifically in the developed nations is that healthcare is suffering tremendously because of a triple whammy. Number one, we've got an inverse population curve, meaning that people are living longer, but not necessarily healthier. And what that translates into is that the actuarial calculations for people to live to 90 and 100 years old doesn't support the pension funds and the healthcare schemes. And so that then translates into a double whammy. If people are not living healthier, they're actually not economically active and incapable of being economically active, which then leads to them taking out of the system. And the triple whammy comes in that inverse population curve, is that you don't have young people replenishing the stores. So what that translates into is that we can't continue healthcare as business as usual. We have to look at innovative solutions to be able to change how we reduce the inflationary aspects of how we spend in healthcare. Specifically in South Africa, we spend in the top 10% of healthcare budgets around the world, yet our outcomes are in the bottom 10%. And that is basically because we are ineffective in making decisions around how and what is the insights that we glean, because we're just in the dark ages in understanding the decisions that we're making. So we throw money at the problem. And what AI will do is it will allow us to make insightful decisions based on data. But it's not about just believing the data and the AI. It's about using these tools as a tool and to understand how these tools work. I'm going to conclude by just saying that one of the big challenges we have with AI is what they call the black box phenomenon, where we give AI, and let me just take a step back. There's two forms of AI. There's curated or supervised AI, and then there's unsupervised AI. I won't develop those concepts deeply, but just to say that the black box concept is where we ask the AI questions, and the AI gives us answers, but we don't know how it gets to those answers. And in not understanding, because it's just the mathematical computations and the permutations that happens in that black box is just too complex for us as human beings to understand. So in the AI giving us the answers and not knowing what's in the black box is really where the problems start to emerge. And so as we develop more algorithms, and as we all become teachers of AI, and not leave the teaching of AI, because that's where the value of AI really comes in. The more people that are teaching AI, the more valuable the insights and the outcomes become. So I think that, again, I'm just going to say we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater until we understand how we can use this very valuable tool to help reduce healthcare inflation. And for me, it can be a very valuable tool for us in healthcare.
Thanks. Shabana?
Thanks, Brian. So I am Shabana Theva. I look after the technology team at Investec Bank for South Africa. And to answer your question, Brian, I'm just going to start in general at first. Being a technologist at heart, I might come with a very different perspective, so bear with me. I do believe that we are living in a world where technology is changing at an exponential rate. And technology and information is a commodity. That is the reality. The second thing is the fact that we can't understand the speed of disruption that is happening at this moment in time because of that exponential rate of technological change. And that is because, not just because of AI, it's because of the convergence of many technologies, mobile, AI, Internet of Things, information. There's so many aspects, analytics, all brought together, cloud. It's a convergence of that that is driving the speed to disruption. And we've actually had the privilege of meeting Professor Pausule Sudanshu, and he said, the problem of the 21st century might be the following: irrelevance. So what are you going to do about that is the question. Are you going to adapt or die? Are you going to become relevant or non-relevant? Because business models are changing because of technology advancement at this point in time. Now, if I bring it back to your question, specifically on artificial intelligence, we know 30,000 some odd people are petitioning against the use of or advanced research of artificial intelligence because we just don't know yet. Why don't we know what could potentially happen? It's because it's happening exponentially, and we are not thinking exponentially. We are thinking linearly. And we need to shift our mindsets to think exponentially as well. The second thing is that, Geoffrey Hinton actually resigned from Google. You would have seen that. He's the godfather of AI sitting at Google, and he said, but we can't control the use of this technology from bad actors, as simply put as that. So if we're not in control, can we regulate it somehow, as an example? And I think we've said that earlier on as well. But if I bring it back home, and I've read your paper as well, Brian, and I think one of the things that you said in your paper was the fact that convenience for people is trumping a lot of things. And in so doing, we're making these decisions. I mean, from my background, being in technology, convenience does matter. Operational efficiency does matter. But do we talk about the net gain when we create operational efficiency? We don't. We don't talk about the time that we've given back. We don't talk about the new skills that we are building. We don't talk about the economic output that we are giving to the economy, to the organization, to our employees. We don't talk about from that lens. And those are the things that we need to be starting to talk about. At the end of the day, working in the financial services industry, I have an obligation, and so does every other company out there. It's privacy, data protection, security, amongst many other things. So how do I make those decisions when it comes to the use of technology in what I do every day? The idea is that I want to give convenience to everyone out there. I want to make our people productive. I want to add to the economy. I want to build the new skills that are going to power up who South Africa would be in the future. And those are the things I want to invest my time and effort in. I want to humanize my relationship with everyone, whether it's my employees or whether it's my clients, through a digital medium. But I want to make the right choices. How do I make the right choices?
Thanks. Duncan.
Thanks very much, Brian. My name is Duncan McLeod. I'm the editor of a technology news website called Tech Central. You can find us online at techcentral.co.za. And thanks, Brenda, for the invitation to speak at this important conference. As I said, I'm a journalist, the only journalist on this panel, and I'm going to do what comes naturally to journalists, and that's talk about the news. There was an important event last night in the US, the Google I/O Developer Conference. Did anyone in this audience watch it? No one? Okay, I'll tell you briefly about it. I know we don't have much time. Actually, let me ask you a second question. Has anyone here read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy by Douglas Adams? About a third of the audience, good. Those who've read the book will know there's a little creature called the babblefish. It's a universal translator. If I remember correctly, I read The Hitchhiker's Guide probably 25 years ago. I think it's a worm, if I remember correctly. that you insert into your ear, and you're able to talk to any other species in the universe. It's a universal translator. Now, at I.O. last night, which, as I mentioned, is Google's big developer conference, they unveiled a universal translator, which is the closest I've seen so far to a universal translator, or closest I've seen so far to the Babelfish invented by Douglas Adams. And they launched a new folding smartphone, which they demonstrated. And I think in the demonstration, they had an American man in Korea talking to a Korean woman, and they were both talking their own languages, in the American's case, speaking English, and in the Korean woman's case, speaking Korean. And they were having a real-time conversation while the man held up the folding phone, which has screens on both sides, and they were able to read the conversation in real time as they were talking to each other. And that's all being powered, of course, by artificial intelligence technology. The other big news that came out of I.O. yesterday was, of course, Google, and I never thought I would say this in my career as a tech journalist, but Google was demonstrating how it is catching up to Bing. Bing, the perennial second-placed search engine, is suddenly in with a shot of inflicting some damage on Google using AI, and of course Microsoft was an early investor in ChatGPT, which is underpinning the Bing chat service that they've launched, and Google is now playing catch-up and doing a good job, it seems. The AI that's coming built into the Google search engine later this year, which they demonstrated at I.O. yesterday, looks exceptionally impressive indeed. I could go on for ages talking about the I.O. conference last night, but I'm not going to do that because we are short on time. But I do want to raise just quickly two examples of the ethics around specifically generative AI, which is the type of the AI that's been in the headlines in recent months, in fact, since OpenAI opened ChatGPT to the general public late last year. One of them affects my industry, media, very directly. And there's already been an example of a publisher in the US using generative AI to publish articles, and unfortunately this publication didn't disclose that the articles were written by an AI. The publication concerned is called CNET. They're a technology publication. They've since updated the disclaimers and stuff on their website to indicate that some of the content generated may in fact not be by journalists but by generative AI, and they're continuing to do it. So if you see an article on CNET about, you know, the top 10 best Android phones, that may not have been written by a real journalist. What's interesting, though, is one of CNET's competitors, The Verge, which is published by Vox Media, outed them. They did a big investigation and outed CNET for publishing AI stories on their website without disclosing that they were written by an AI. Now, this raises all sorts of interesting ethical questions. You know, if a journalist uses a generative AI like GPT-4 in their work, are they obliged to mention that as a disclaimer in the article? I think publishers and journalists are going to have to work on rules about how all of this works, because there will be times when it makes sense to use a generative AI in your work as a journalist to produce content. But I think there needs to be proper disclosures around that, and there are clearly ethical questions that need to be answered. There will be, of course, a lot of self-policing as well, and I think the fact that The Verge outed CNET for what it was doing was part of that process. And then secondly, I know we are very short on time, secondly, I was interested in your comments on the education sector and how that may be impacted particularly by generative AI, and we've seen some interesting stuff happening there already. I'd hate to be a teacher in 2023 because I'm not sure I'd know how my students are actually doing the work that they're doing, or whether their homework was written by Bing. It's a big challenge. I suppose it's going to be up to a teacher to determine if a student was struggling to add 1 and 1 previously and suddenly produces some homework about quantum mechanics, that they're probably not doing it themselves. But again, it raises interesting questions, and I think a lot of conversations need to happen across industries, in education, in journalism, you name it. There isn't an industry that is not going to be touched by this, and I think we need to have those conversations about how we treat this ethically and how we take this forward. But just staying very lastly on the education case, I think there's huge positive potential to come out of AI. I think the technology, generally speaking, is much more positive and is going to have much more positive impacts on humankind than negative impacts. And in education, I think we're already starting to see this. If you can use ChatGPT right now to teach yourself how to code on a computer, that technology is going to be integrated into Microsoft Visual Studio, for example, in its next release. Visual Studio is a development tool for programmers developing on the Windows platform. And AI, generative AI and AI tools are going to be integrated fully into that platform, which will allow you to learn to code. You can ask the AI questions. What does this subroutine mean? What does this piece of code mean? And it'll explain this to you. And I think if you expand that beyond just programming into education more broadly, the impact and the potential here is absolutely massive. What if you have an AI, an individual AI teaching every student in a class? At the moment, a teacher perhaps has 30 students in a class and can't give individual attention to each one of those. But in future, imagine that there is an AI helping a learner who perhaps isn't as quick at learning as the rest of the class, but if that learner will keep up to date because the AI has endless patience, unlike perhaps the teacher, or the teacher doesn't have time to help them. And I think it could have a huge beneficial impact on education. And I think that applies not just to the education sector, but across industries, across sectors. And I think we need to be very careful in how we regulate AI as well, so that this huge potential for innovation isn't destroyed. But we also need to be very, very aware that there are ethical considerations as well that we need to be cautious of and mindful of. And regulation is absolutely imperative in ensuring that we don't see too many of the negative side effects of moving to the world of AI. Thank you.
Thanks, and thanks to all the panelists. I think what we've got is disparate fields of endeavor, very positive outcomes on certain applications. But if I could just raise one or two very, very brief things. The idea of an ethical officer, Danny, I think is a great idea. It's difficult to know how one can regulate what is really a roller coaster ride run by, certainly from the States, the pursuit of commercial gain and 40% development onto a market, and then what comes out of it, irrelevant of good or bad. At the moment, there is a call by people, influential people in the market. One has been named already. Even Kissinger has come on to voice his concern from what post-octogenarian perspective Elon Musk has. And what they're looking at is more or less the following, that a form of oversight involving the following: rigorous independent testing of products using AI. I do not know how that can come about. Machine learning is a point where no human interface, no ethical considerations. We could have a 20-year-old Stanford graduate deciding on discrimination, deciding he's inarticulate. I'm saying his inarticulate biases. Very interesting analogy, not analogy, event, two, in fact, very briefly. One is, you'd think a dating site, and this is purely out of academic interest, I assure you, you'd think it would be neutral. But the first thing is, what is the program in those days? You still had programmers. What did the programmer instruct the algorithm to do? First question, who was the suitor? Was it the male or the female? And you think about it, you're going to have a different outcome. How that played out at a university in the States was as follows. Certain students felt that they were being discriminated against. They were dumped at the far end of the campus, while others, clearly the A graders, were placed close to all the amenities. And it turned out, and this is the difficulty, it turned out that what it was asked to do was who was best for the university to be placed in residence A or B, as opposed to what was best for the student. So these biases are literally as inarticulate as our own biases are. But how do you get behind it? And this is the difficulty we're going to face. Who is going to divulge your algorithms? you're going to say, no, 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 this is intellectual property, A. B, it's confidential information. I can see massive lawsuits coming about, and we're just going to get further and further removed from the essence of it, and that is, how do we establish a dignity for those who are users, and ensure that those who are on the other end of it, the ones who either doing it for commercial enterprise, military outcomes, or political outcomes, you will remember what was it? Analytica, was it Cambridge Analytica, how they influence subliminally outcomes. So these are the 4 points that were raised. So I've read one of them. The next is protect from discriminatory bias in algorithms. Next, data privacy. Next, users must be notified when they are using an automated product and how its decisions affect them. This is wonderful, but how does it ever get into the real world? And then lastly, users can opt out of AI systems in favor of human alternatives. The pros and the cons, but the reality, and I'd like to leave you with this last thought. First is, this is the first time we will be abdicating to machines the process of finding solutions to attain a desired income. And second, and not too removed from the first, is, are we as humans being reduced to a commodity, and are we unwittingly being deprived of free will? Thank you.
Thank you very, very much to our last and final panel. Thank you. Let's give them a big round of applause. I'd like to ask Michael Juden to come to the stage for his closing remarks. While Michael is making his way up, just to let you know, I mentioned earlier on that on your desk was the input that you can provide to the President's letter. Indeed, that is not there, and you will be sent a mail with those details in follow-up to the conference. Over to you, Michael.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be quick, and for any of you that doubt that, there isn't anything quicker in the world than a lawyer that's not charging by the hour. I'm also going to keep it very simple because of the messages we've received about inclusivity. The speech is very simple so that those in the room that support Manchester United will also understand. The room today has been full. That gives us both comfort and hope that there is responsible, conscious leadership that serves humanity, and that a heavily distressed planet has not been totally deserted. In this room are our partners, speakers and others who are part of the conscious leadership ecosystem and who are willing to prioritize and live with the values of responsibility, integrity, courage, right action, and walk a path of noble ethics. The conscious leader at the helm of a conscious company is a real differentiator. As Voltaire said, life is a shipwreck, but we must not forget to sing in the lifeboats. Paraphrasing Voltaire, there is no question, whilst those that unsuccessfully attempt to lead the country at the moment are analogous to a shipwreck, people such as yourselves are the lifeboats. And in these lifeboats, you sing about integrity, driven by moral purpose, reason, thinking, and balance. In those lifeboats, to name only a few in the interests of time, are people that we have listened to today, like Adam, Danny, Pepe, Bruno, and Jan. As we say farewell to you and thank you for coming, I know that you will take into the business world of this wonderful and beautiful country that no matter the title, wealth, status, or power You must serve selflessly because you serve at the bidding of an inner sense of purpose. One of life's most precious gifts is the gift of hope. I urge you to be grateful, hopeful, and optimistic in the belief that we can make an important contribution restoring the moral balance in this country. As Michelle Obama said so eloquently, you may not always have a comfortable life, and you will not always be able to solve all the world's problems at once. But don't ever underestimate the importance you can have, because history has shown that courage can be contagious and hope can take a life of its own. Before I bid farewell to you, I want to pay tribute to Brenda, the mother of conscious leadership on the African continent and beyond. It was Mahatma Gandhi who said that in a gentle way you can shake the world. And you, Brenda, have truly shaken the world of conscious leadership. You live your life by lifting others. You have gone into the world to do good. Even though the world is large, you have made a world of difference. I'm so grateful that our paths have crossed. You have made such a difference to my life by touching it. And I'm sure that everybody in this room feels exactly the same way that I do. May the future bring you all you wish yourself and more, my dearest friend. I'm emotional because you've brought out emotion in all of us. We love and respect you, not only for your emotional and intellectual intelligence, but just because you are Brenda. And now, my last two things. I'm going to bid you farewell as Brenda has taught me to do. And secondly, I'm going to ask you all to stand. I'm going to ask you, not as Donald Trump hugs, but just to give a gentle hug to the person on each side of you. Wish them well with warmth in your heart.
Thank you, Michael.
I got stuck with Adam.
Thank you very much, Michael, and thank you to all of you that have joined us here today in person in Johannesburg and virtually on our YouTube channel via live stream. Thank you all once again. Lunch will be served on the mezzanine floor. Please enjoy the time together, and we hope to see you in the spring for the Conscious Companies Awards 2023. Thank you.